Come on in. Spend an evening by the fire.
What's your strategy this time, partner?
Nothing scares me, except mice.
Have a good battle, friend.
Avenge me!
Welcome back. How's it going out there? Keep up the momentum, friend. Any defeat that doesn't destroy you makes you stronger. You're doing great out there. I've got some fresh recruits for you. It's not the strongest, but it'll fight hard. You're doing great out there. I've got some fresh recruits for you. Keep up the momentum, friend. The battle is really raging out there. I think you can win this thing. The battle is really raging out there. Go ahead and hire one of these recruits.
Trust in the light. Harness your rage.
You're doing great out there. You're good at this. Better hire a recruit while you can.
The New York Times has released an
Keep up the momentum,
expose
friend.
on Donald Trump's taxes. And what have we learned? Nothing. To be completely honest, I mean, we've learned very little. Of course, the story is being manipulated, false framing is emerging, and the narrative we're hearing now is that Donald Trump only paid $750 in 2016 and 2017. And that's just not true. I can't believe the New York Times led with that paragraph, then later on admitted Donald Trump actually paid a combined $5.2 million. His tax liability was $750. Sure, we can break down what this means in terms of taxes because most people don't understand how corporations work. That doesn't mean Donald Trump is innocent. Maybe he's using some tax loopholes and writing off BS in order to save himself money. But it's all presumably legal. So if they've got an issue, they should look to themselves because they're the ones, many of these Democrats, who have been in office for, 50 years. Joe Biden, where are you at? You're the one who was a senator for how many decades, became vice president? Maybe you or Pelosi or any one of these other politicians should have changed the law. They didn't, and now they're mad at Donald Trump for his taxes. Look, I'm no fan of wealth inequality. I've talked about it quite a bit. But this is getting absurd. Speaker Pelosi says Trump's taxes reveal national security issue. Oh no! The House Speaker was responding to New York Times reporting that Trump has more than $300 million in loans coming due within the next few years. And Trump is a billionaire. And Trump has assets he can sell. And Trump is also donating his salary. This seems like it's strategically timed, manipulative, falsely framed news. Now, Donald Trump himself has issued a statement calling it fake news and saying he's paid way more in taxes and the New York Times is wrong. And if you actually read the New York Times' reporting, you'd realize, yeah, they falsely framed the story. Trump did not pay $750 in total. $750 is what he owed, and they're manipulating people, and it's working. But it's not really working on Trump supporters. The people who are getting mad about this are the predictable people. They already hate Trump, they're already mad, and they're going, in comes the narrative where they're like, Trump supporters just keep believing Trump's infallible and does no wrong. Trump's got his culty base. And I'm not saying every single Trump supporter, okay? Trump's got this die-hard sect that sure, absolutely does believe Trump is infallible. But then you've got people like me. I've never been a big fan of the guy outside of his personality. He's a funny guy. He's an entertainer. I like what he's doing with peace in the Middle East. I'm going to vote for him partly because over the riots and because I'm sick and tired of the Democrats' identitarianism and their pandering. They're not doing anything. I don't even think the far left and the progressives want to vote for Democrats either. But I recognize Trump is not perfect, and I recognize a lot of his problems. And when you look at the moderate personalities online, they're going to tell you the exact same thing. So let's take a look at what's really going on, and I'll show you how stupidly absurd all of this has become. Before we get started, however, head over to timcast.com/donate if you would like to support my work. There are many ways you can give. There is a P.O. box if you would like to send me things. But the best thing you can do, share this video. Why? Well, I'm going to debunk the $750 thing right away for all of you. And if you think that's something people should know, please consider sharing this video. Look, if I'm going to ever compete with mainstream media, then it's up to you if you think I should. Word of mouth is the most important way to help my channel grow, and the most powerful thing you can do is just share this video. But don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. I want to read what Speaker Pelosi said about Trump's taxes. I want to show you what Bloomberg said. Pelosi saying there is a national security issue. Bloomberg publishing this piece. Trump's taxes show he's a national security threat. Seriously, stop. Just stop. It's so absurd. Okay? But the first thing I got to do is debunk the lie. Okay? The lie. Take a look at the story from the New York Times. They say, the Times obtained Donald Trump's tax information extending over more than 2 decades, revealing struggling properties, vast write-offs, an audit battle, and hundreds of millions in debt coming due. Didn't Donald Trump say that he couldn't release his tax returns because he was being audited? Apparently he's disputing one of his returns or something to that effect. I honestly don't care about Donald Trump's taxes. I don't. And most Americans probably don't either. The people who are getting mad about this are just looking for something to be mad at least in my opinion. I think there are probably some honest people who are legitimately bringing up real concerns, and Donald Trump deserves to be criticized. Billionaires who use loopholes to avoid paying taxes, criticize them. In this instance, however, is it true that Donald Trump only paid $750? Well, here's what they said. Donald Trump paid $750 in federal income taxes the year he won the presidency. In his first year in the White House, he paid another $750. He paid no income taxes at all in 10 of the previous 15 years, largely because he reported losing much more money than he made. As the president wages a re-election campaign that polls say he is in danger of losing, his finances are under stress, beset by losses and hundreds of millions of dollars in debt coming due that he has personally guaranteed. Also hanging over him is a decade-long audit battle with the IRS over the legitimacy of a $72.9 million tax refund that he claimed and received after declaring huge losses. An adverse ruling could cost him more than $100 million. The story from the New York Times has exonerated Trump. Look, I'll just pull it right up. Russia. They say, nor do they reveal any previously unreported connections to Russia. So, no, all of the Russiagate conspiracy nuts who thought he was hiding his Russian assets, not there. But how about this? I just type in a good old little 4.2. Here's what I have to show you. Here's what they say. As he settled into the Oval Office, his tax bill soon returned to form. His potential taxable income in 2016 and 2017 included $24.8 million in profits from sources related to his celebrity status and $56.4 million for the loans he did not repay. The dreaded alternative minimum tax would let his business losses erase only some of his liability. Each time, he requested an extension to file his 1040, and each time, he made the required payment to the IRS for income taxes he might owe, $1 million for 2016 and $4.2 million for 2017. Let me read that for you again. He made the required payments to the IRS for income taxes he might owe, $1 million in 2016, $4.2 in 2017. Why did they open this story saying he only paid $750. He did not. Donald Trump overpaid what his actual liabilities were. Let me break this down for you. They say, but virtually all of that liability was washed away when he eventually filed, and most of the payments were rolled forward to cover potential taxes in future years. Do you know what that means? It means that Donald Trump paid $5.2 million, not $1,500, and that when it turned out his liability was only $750, he told the IRS to hold the payment for future debts or for future liabilities. So what did Trump literally pay? $5.2 million in these 2 years. What did he owe? $750. Donald Trump overpaid on his taxes, and according to the New York Times, he is owed money. Now, if you want to have a discussion about whether or not his liabilities are legitimate, that's an entirely different question. Some people are questioning whether or not he should have written off, I think, like $70,000 in haircuts. Listen, if you've got a problem with the tax code, it should be changed. And you can look at Donald Trump and say he's a sleazy business person who uses tax loopholes to save money. What business doesn't? Think about it. Okay, I have an accountant for my business. There have absolutely been issues where I've been told there's potential deductions here for your business, and I say, I don't want to push it. Just do the normal thing. Many people who run businesses will tell their accountants or H&R Block or whatever they use to find all of the deductions possible. Remember when you filed your taxes and you see those ads on TV for like, Hewitt, whatever, Jackson Hewitt and like H&R Block and TurboTax, and they say, we can find you more deductions. You take them. Okay, there is an issue I see from, a philosophical standpoint that Donald Trump is super rich, brought in $450 million or whatever, but then ended up losing, declaring losses of about 47. What that means is even though he made all that money, he actually lost like $500 million. So his total losses were like 57 because the revenue offsets this. So what does this mean? Donald Trump may be using loopholes. It appears to be legal. He appears to be in a dispute over $72.9 million. You want to complain about it? I'm all ears. I'm not going to defend the guy if he's using loopholes or whatever. If it's not illegal, though, what do you want me to complain about? Now, here's the best part. Nancy Pelosi comes out and says, it's a national security issue. I hear you. If Trump owes $400 million and he's the president, those debtors have to question whether or not they're going to call the debt on a sitting president, which they probably would just do because a lot of it's probably automated. What does that mean for Trump? What if he can't pay it? Donald Trump's a billionaire. Even the New York Times mentions all the way at the bottom of the story, he has tons of assets he can sell off. And this story is pretty long. They say Mr. Trump still has assets to sell, but doing so could take its own toll, both financial and to Mr. Trump's desire to always be seen as a winner. The Trump family said last year that it was considering selling the Washington hotel, but not because it was losing money. In Mr. Trump's telling, any difficulty in his finances has been caused by the sacrifices he made for his current job. Quote, they say, Trump is getting rich off our nation, he said at a rally in Minneapolis last October. Quote, I lose billions being president, and I don't care. It's nice to be rich, I guess, but I lose billions. That's true. Donald Trump is losing money as president, and he's donating his salary. Now, I've been partly critical of that move. Not donating his salary is awesome, right? But a lot of Trump supporters will say, Trump's donating his salary, he's doing the right thing. And I'm like, yeah, but how much is the country spending on him traveling around and playing golf and stuff? I'm not criticizing the guy for the most part, but if we're going to talk about him donating his salary, yeah, a lot of his living expenses and travel costs are being covered by the government. Now, I get it. See, Trump's allowed to go play golf. He is, and I don't care when he does. They love complaining. Trump's playing golf again. I didn't care when Bush did it. Didn't care when Obama did it. Don't care when Trump does it, okay? I care about whether they get the job done. I'm the kind of guy who's like, if you work for me, I don't care when you come in and when you leave, so long as what you need to do is being done. It's that simple. So if Donald Trump wants to do that, that's fine. So look, I'll put it this way. The Secret Service is not Trump's fault. He needs security. He's the president. They do this, and that's a big part of those costs. The main point here is Donald Trump is giving away his salary. If he was really concerned about having money for his debts, I'm sure he would not be doing that. And if Trump's debts are actually a national security threat, I mean, well, no, they're not even. Because he can literally just sell things and then have money to pay those debts off. They say, but Trump wants to be seen as a winner. Well, that's speculative. You don't know what Trump wants to be seen as. He's straight up saying to people he's losing money. If Trump were to sell off a bunch of his assets and then come to his supporters and say to the American people, I lived a life in luxury with golden toilets as a billionaire, sitting atop the ivory tower, and I sold that and lost money because this is what I wanted to do. This was more important. They'll cheer for him. What's the left going to say? He's trying to enrich himself off the presidency? He's a national... Look, you've got to give me one definitive reason why you're upset that Donald Trump is president, okay? Well, no. You can give me a bunch of reasons. A bunch of people have different reasons. The point I'm saying, what I'm trying to bring up is, they're complaining about his taxes for no legitimate reason. None. Is Trump a loser? Is he a winner? I don't care. I really don't. I don't know what to think about all this taxes stuff because I'm too busy worrying about whether or not rioters are going to burn down my house. You see how this works? And that's what's happening right now. The story may be big. I think it'll go away. But take a look at this. Nancy Pelosi, this is the gist of it. They say House Speaker Nancy Pelosi on Monday called to report that Trump owes more than $300 million in loans, a national security issue, and argued it raises questions about whether foreign nations or individuals could have leverage over the president. He owes $300 million, and he's a billionaire, and he can sell a couple buildings and pay it off. I'm not stressing about it, man. I'm not. Now, there's a couple important things I want to show you. First, this story is not new, okay? This is very clearly an October surprise type thing from the New York Times. And they're saying they're going to have more to release. Sure. Does anyone who's voting for Trump care about this? In 2016, Trump went up and said that he was paying off politicians for favors or something to that effect. He's like, I make big donations to them because they do me favors. The system is broken. Elect me. I know how it works. I'll change it. So what? Trump talks about how not paying taxes makes him a smart businessman. He said it. And the New York Times wrote this. Donald Trump tax records show he could have avoided taxes for nearly 2 decades, the Times found, October 1st, 2016. It's the same playbook. Now, there's a lot to ponder here. First, here's the fake news being gobbled up. Trump paid no taxes. Trump paid $750 in 2016. National security. Trump paid $750. None of it's true, okay? Trump issued a statement. On the record, from Trump attorney Alan Garten, the New York Times story is riddled with gross inaccuracies. Over the past decade, the president has paid tens of millions of dollars in personal taxes to the federal government. While we tried to explain this to the Times, they refused to listen and rejected our repeated request that they show us any of the documentation they purport to be relying on to substantiate their claims. Of course, I can't help but question the timing of this story. Obviously, this is just part of the Times' ongoing smear campaign in the run-up to the election. John Roberts tweeted this. Donald Trump followed up by saying, the fake news media, just like election time 2016, is bringing up my taxes and all sorts of other nonsense with illegally obtained information and only bad intent. I paid many millions of dollars in taxes, but was entitled, like everyone else, to depreciation and tax credits. Also, if you look at the extraordinary assets owned by me, which the fake news hasn't, I am extremely under-leveraged. I have very little debt compared to the value of assets. Much of this information is already on file, but I have long said that I may release financial statements from the time I announced I was going to run for president, showing all properties, assets, and debts. It is a very impressive statement, and also shows that I'm the only president on record to give up my yearly $400,000 plus yearly plus presidential salary. They're now claiming he's in massive debt and all this other nonsense. They're claiming that Donald Trump is a national security threat. But it's just garbled fake news. It's not going to convince anybody. Donald Trump knows how the system works. And there's definitely rules for rich people that don't apply to poor people. I get it. I'm not going to blame Donald Trump because our laws are broken. I'm going to say, okay, Congress, fix them. I'm not going to... Look, Joe Biden has no grounds for yelling at Trump about something. Trump's only been in government for just about 4 years now. Well, 3.5 years. Joe Biden, 47. Okay, how about you do something about this, okay? How about you actually change the laws? Well, I want to show you something really, really crazy. From 538, they say Biden is favored to win the election. Is Donald Trump going to lose because of reports about his tax return? Well, even Rasmussen has Donald Trump down a little bit. 538 shows us the election tracker, updated 33 minutes ago from the time of recording this. And we can see all of these scenarios for Biden where he's going to win. I believe he's got 20 scenarios. I'm sorry, 16. my math is terrible. And then Donald Trump, no, 17, sorry. And Donald Trump has 5. Here's what they say. the latest news. On Sunday, the New York Times published an investigation into President Trump's tax returns, disclosing that his business empire looked to be in dire straits and that he'd only paid $750 in federal income taxes in 2016 and 2017. Trump dismissed the Times report as fake news.
How's it going out there?
What do you want me to say? This is crazy. When I pull up all these stories that are supposed to be tracking the election and they're pumping out fake news, maybe people are falling for the lies. Or maybe it's the media class that's falling for the lies. Maybe people can easily go to the story from the New York Times and see that they straight up say Trump paid $4.2 million in 2017. So where does the lie come from that Trump didn't pay? He only paid $750. His tax liability? I guess people don't understand how this works. That's why it's really funny when we see them call for the wealth tax. It's one of the big proposals from Bernie Sanders and the progressives. They say they want a hard tax. They want a tax on your hard assets, things that you can't, like, what? How does that make sense? So they argue property tax, right? If you own a home, you pay a percentage based on the value of that home. Yeah, that can be tough for a lot of people. You could buy a big house, and then if you lose your job and have no income and can't pay the property tax, you could lose the house. So what they're trying to do is apply the same principle, but to wealth. This won't work at all. Because wealth is very different from just a piece of property. Jeff Bezos, for instance, worth what, $160 billion, but his yearly income is like $1 million. If they want to put a 1% wealth tax, they want him to pay hundreds of millions when he only makes $1 million. It's not possible. But what did I just say about your house? They would take it from you, right? That's what they're really saying. And the other problem we see with the wealth tax and many of the progressives in terms of how they want to just tax assets that are hard to tax is that ultimately it just extracts the value from these wealthy individuals, and then you have no wealthy individuals. So the point there is you can't use a wealth tax to fund anything long term. You can if you want to pass a law saying rich people aren't allowed, all right, sure, fine, I guess. I'm not a big fan of wealth inequality. I think that when you have extremely wealthy individuals who can live off of hundreds of millions of dollars but then claim depreciation and losses and basically living like a king and not having very high tax liability, I'm not a fan of that. I'm not blaming Bezos or Trump. I'll just say I blame the system. It's hard to know exactly how to fix it. But when you have this massive disparity between very wealthy individuals and very, very poor people, you risk creating oligarchy. You risk creating another San Francisco, where you have extremely wealthy individuals running some of the most profitable companies in the world and homeless people everywhere. The problem is remarkably complicated. But the other big problem is peasant revolt. And I'm not trying to be mean. I mean that in the literal sense. The poor people will not stand for a massive disparity between the haves and the have-nots. Whether it's jealousy, whether it's greed, whatever your stance on the matter is irrelevant. I'm not disparaging the wealthy, and I'm not disparaging the poor. I'm saying that eventually you will get income disparity. You will have rich people who can influence politics too much, poor people saying it's not right, and there will be a revolt. Call it jealousy, call it greed, doesn't matter. It will happen. It happens. It's not a guarantee, right? But it can happen. If we want to stabilize our country, I personally am in favor of higher taxes on the wealthy. The only problem I have there is just giving the government money doesn't solve any problems. So taxes might not be the answer. I also don't think any of these lefties understand how wealth works. Because I see this meme go around where they're like, how about whenever you make $1 over 999 million, it gets taxed at 100%, you get a plaque that says, congratulations, you won capitalism, and then it's over. And I'm like, Jeff Bezos doesn't have that cash, okay? It's hard assets. Trump, hard assets. There's depreciation, okay? You lose value in a property, you write it off, okay? Because it's not worth as much anymore. These people don't seem to understand what liquid assets and hard assets are, and cash. They don't get how it works. So what I find interesting with 538 is they're running with the false narrative that Trump only paid $750. The reality, Trump paid millions more than he owed. Should he have owed more? Perhaps. But those aren't the facts. That's just the false framing to manipulate the circumstances. If we look at Donald Trump's taxes and we take them on face value, we can't accuse Trump of committing crimes unless you have evidence that he committed a crime. If Trump is writing things off that are legal to write off, then Trump does not owe more than $750. Good for him. He lost a bunch of money. I'm not going to go to a farmer who made 100 grand but spent 150 and be like, nope, you better give me more money. He's going to be like, I don't have it. I'm in debt now. And then, oh, well, you're not paying taxes, but you're running a farm. You made 100 grand. Got to pay your taxes. He doesn't have it. Sometimes you have expenses for your business. You write them off. This is no excuse for Trump or any other extremely wealthy person for flubbing their taxes and using loopholes. But I can't make that assumption. I can't just sit here and be like, well, I think. Who cares what I think? And I don't care what most of these people think. Show me the proof. You can question some of these things. Fine. That's a job for the IRS to do an audit. Apparently, they're auditing him now. It's been going on for a decade. Other than that, what do you want me to say? The dude's losing money. He's the president. But they're pushing this to claim because of this, Trump will lose. Nah, I'm not buying it. Maybe. I'll tell you this, though. Lindsey Graham is down. He needs money. He's looking desperate. And polls are coming out saying he's down 2 points. Well, you know what? I don't like Lindsey Graham. I'm not too enthused about what happens when the Democrats take over the Senate. But that's the fault of the rhinos, okay? The Republicans in name only. You want to sit around on your hands, get nothing done? Why would anyone support you? Congratulations, bye-bye, you're out. And guess what? Maybe a Democrat will get in. And then maybe someone will actually run on a populist ticket, and they'll win. For now, I don't know for sure. But I gotta warn all of you. It's starting to look a bit like it's not guaranteed that Trump wins. This may actually start skewing towards the Democrats. But I'm not bringing up this poll to make that claim. I'm just saying, be wary. I know exactly what's going to happen if Trump loses. They're going to be like, Tim thought Trump was going to win. It's like, dude, I'm barely off the fence on that one. But I know they're going to say it. Not that I care. Frank Luntz, famous pollster, says, Monmouth is an A-plus rated pollster and now have the national race within their 3.5 margin of error among likely voters. Not only that, he says a 3-point margin of error for each candidate individually becomes approximately a 6-point margin of error for the difference between the two. What does this mean? It means that we don't know what's going to happen. It could be Trump or Biden. None of this matters. Dude, Trump's base doesn't care about taxes. Suburban housewives probably don't care about taxes. The top 20% probably agree with Trump on his taxes. So I have no idea how this will play out. National security threat? Absurd. Donald Trump using loopholes? Probably. Me a fan? No, obviously not. But if it's not illegal, what do you want me to do about it? Change the system. And that goes to senators, Congress, whatever. If they're not going to do that, don't expect me to be mad about it. Now they're going to come out and say, Trump's fans will never admit that he's done wrong and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, some of them, I guess. I like the guy as an entertainer. I like the Middle Eastern peace deals. But the inverse is true as well. There absolutely are a bunch of Trump supporters who will never admit fault under any circumstances. When Trump said, if you burn the flag, you get a year in jail, I said, no way, get out of here. That's stupid. But I don't think that's ever actually going to happen. I don't agree with it. I believe in the right to free expression, so long as it's your flag, mind you. But then you have the inverse. I could point out that Trump overpaid by millions, and they'll still find a way to claim he didn't pay at all. It's framing. That's all it really is. In my opinion, it's just people desperately trying to, drum up some reason why you should hate Trump too. Okay, I'll tell you what I'm concerned with. On the list of the top 100 things in my life and what I need from my government, Trump's taxes is not even on the list. And you know what? I got to be honest. Russia is, and it's very low because Russia is a threat. But all this Russiagate stuff is just nonsense. What matters to me? I don't know. Family, security, food. Probably water and air are up there first. Trump's taxes way at the bottom. So when you have riots running, rampaging through the country, I got to think about my safety first. And if the Democrats will not get on top of this and shut down these riots, then don't expect me to support this. That's your fault. You support this, and I'm scared that you're going to embolden these people if you get elected. And that's just me. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm wrong. Cue all the people saying, Tim's a grifter defending Trump. You know what? Did you read the story? I don't care. Try and be honest for once. I'll leave it there. Next segment's coming up at 6 p.m. over at youtube.com/TimCastNews. It is a different channel, and I will see you all then.
I've got some fresh recruits for you.
There's a lot of people.
That's great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's a big group of people. And this is on fast notice, too. Thank you. Well, I just want to say hello, Minnesota. We love you, Minnesota. You're great, great place. We're going to win Minnesota. We're going to win Minnesota because they did nothing for Minnesota except close up that beautiful iron ore territory. They closed it up with a pen. Do you remember that one day you didn't have your jobs? And I came along and I opened it up, so that's pretty good.
Your millions really pulled their
But I'm thrilled to be here with the beautiful, great, hardworking people of this incredible state. You're really hardworking American patriots. That's what you are. And a lot of people haven't been treated right until I came along, and we've done a lot of work and a lot of good work. And you had your best year ever last year. The state had the best year you've ever had. 46 days from now, we're going to win Minnesota, and we're going to win 4 more years in the White House. Best year ever. One of the most vital issues in this election is the subject of refugees. You know it perhaps better than almost anybody. That's a lot. You have a good time?
Your business, you write them off. Percent? Probably.
Yeah,
Some of them, I guess.
That's a beauty. How the hell did she win
There's to me,
election?
I don't know, family, security, food.
How did she
Probably
win?
water and air are up there first. Trump's taxes, way at the bottom. So when you have riots running, rampaging
Well,
through
every
the
family
country,
in Minnesota needs to
I got to
know
think about my safety first.
about
And if the
Sleepy
Democrats
Joe
will not
Biden's
get on top of this
extreme
and shut down these
plan to
riots,
flood your
then
state
don't
with
expect
an
me to support
influx
this.
of
That's your fault.
refugees
You
from
support this.
Somalia, from other places all over the planet. Well, that's what's happened. And you like Omar a lot, don't you? Biden has promised a 700% increase in the manifesto with Bernie, right? A 700% increase in the importation of refugees from the most dangerous places in the world, including Yemen, Syria, and Somalia. Congratulations, Minnesota. A 700% increase. Good luck, Minnesota. Enjoy yourselves. Because if I'm not here, if I don't win, I don't know where I'm going to be, but maybe I'll come over to see Mike. I'll come and see Mike. Your state will be overrun and destroyed if Biden and the radical left win. That's what's going to happen. I've been watching it for years. They haven't treated you right. They have not treated Minnesota right.
Ready to get started?
Thank you. I'll tell you, these hangers are great. Remember this, it's a friendly protest.
Might make
Please
all the
remember.
difference.
This is not a rally. You're not allowed to have political rallies of any kind. You're not allowed to go to church. You're not allowed to do anything.
I'll make
The only
sure
thing
these
you're
ones
allowed to
stick
do
around
is
for next
run
time.
wild through the streets, burn down storefronts, blow up
Have a
stores
good
and
battle,
kill people
friend.
because that's considered a protest, and that they allow you to have. You don't have to wear masks at protests. So I said, we can't have a rally. The most we can have is 10 people. Why don't we just go to a protest? Because this is a protest.
Your millions really pulled their weight.
It's a protest against stupidity. And speaking about stupidity, Sleepy Joe will turn Minnesota into a refugee camp. Think of it, 700% increase. So you're not happy now? Look at that guy over there. He's not too thrilled when he hears this. 700% increase is what they have in the manifesto. Now, maybe they don't honor it, but I would say they'll go substantially higher than that number. Biden will overwhelm
Keep
your
up the momentum, friend.
children's schools, overcrowd their classrooms, and inundate your hospitals. That's what'll happen. Biden has even pledged to terminate our travel ban, jihadist regions. They've already been doing that to you, haven't they? Opening the floodgates to
Your
radical
millions really
Islamic
pulled their weight.
terrorists. My administration's keeping terrorists, extremists, and criminals the hell out of our country. We don't want them. We don't want them. We got enough of them. We've got enough of them. Just today, we deported, as you know very well, dozens of Somali nationals charged or convicted with very grave crimes, including rape, assault, robbery, terrorism, and murder, of course. These hardened criminals are back in their country where they can do all the complaining they want.
You're doing
And your
great
children
out
are much safer as a result. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you. If it were up to Biden, and it's not, it's the people that surround him. They are seriously radical left Democrats, and they're very dangerous, and the offenders are very dangerous. And they'd
Your
be
minions
running all over
really
your
pulled
state
their weight.
only by voting for me. Are you going to save? I hate to say it. I did it with your iron ore. I did it with some other things. And I'll do it for you again. I'll do it for you again, but if you vote for me, I'm the difference and I'm the wall. You know the wall that we're building on the southern border? I'm your wall between the American dream and chaos. Joe Biden is wholly owned and controlled by the left-wing mob. He has no clue where he is. This is not a sharp guy. Years ago, I said to a certain senator who I was very friendly with, a Democrat, who's the dumbest senator, who's the smartest senator? He gave me a name for the smartest. I said, who's the dumbest? Oh, Joe Biden. That was 25 years ago. That was in prime time. This is no longer prime time for Sleepy Joe. And they do disinformation. They make things up. They make commercials. They make things up. I've never seen anything like it. Everything they make
I've got
up.
some
First of
fresh
all, I'm the one
recruits for you.
protecting your Social Security. They say Trump. Remember 4 years ago, they used to say, oh, Trump will get rid of Social. I have protected your Social Security. They're going to destroy your Social Security. Another thing, Big Ten football. Did I do a good job? Your team better do well. You're on the spot. They better do well. Are they going to do well this year? I think so, right? But I brought it back, but I saw an ad. You know why I did it, actually? It sort of energized me. Sleepy Joe did an ad that I was against football, that I was against football. I was against it. When I saw the ad, I said, what's the problem with Big Ten football? They said, they're not going to open. Why? And they say, you know, some stupid reason. I said, these are strong, young people. They're going to do great. Let's get going. I called the commissioner, Kevin, good guy. And we sort of started something, and we got it rolling. We had big opposition from a few of the Democrat states and governors, you know, but we rolled over the opposition. And
Keep
you
up
have
the
Big Ten
momentum,
football.
friend.
Congratulations. Congratulations. When the far left rioters rampage across Minneapolis, and they rampage across your state, how about your police department? Let's just run for your lives. It's not their fault. They were born with it. You have a good police department, you have good police, but they're not allowed to do their job. No, they're not allowed to do their job. Remember that? They were
I've got
told
some
to
fresh
leave the
recruits for
precinct, leave it. And then they knocked the hell out of that precinct, didn't they, huh? Had a great mayor, really, it's a real powerhouse. Remember, did you ever hear of a man, Fiorello LaGuardia? Did you ever? I don't think that happened with him. New York. I don't think it happened with Rudy Giuliani, did it, huh? What a great job Rudy did. You realize, you know, Rudy's just now really being appreciated. People forgot how good he was as a mayor. He was a great mayor. Joe Biden called the peaceful protesters. He said these are peaceful protesters, as opposed to sending in the National Guard. They didn't want the National Guard. Joe Biden said you shouldn't send the National Guard. And this went on day after day after day. I pushed, and I got it approved. The National Guard went in. It ended within, what did you say, half hour? It was about a half an hour. You wouldn't have Minneapolis. You better remember this when you go and vote, and your voting starts tonight, please. You'd be saying,
Better hire a recruit.
do you remember when we had a city called Minneapolis? Do you remember? It used to be over there. It's all ashes now. That place was coming down. We didn't have anything. But wasn't that a beautiful sight? Look, all over the place. Then another. Then another. Understood.
want some fresh recruits
Shaved
for
head.
it.
Some people say you should shave the head, just give it up.
Oh, you're
No, we
moving
polled
up
it.
in
I'd
the
go down
world.
about 22 points. We polled it. They want to poll everything nowadays. I don't believe in polls. They poll
Safety
everything.
restrictions offline.
But Ali Velchi, I don't know anything about the
Servos
guy, but I
engaged.
know he was standing there. This is really quite a good scene. It's a friendly protest. Everyone's acting, and behind him, the entire city was burning. It was like block. It's one of the great pictures of all time. The entire city was burning down. That was your city. And it's a shame it took so long, but the governor finally did it at least, you know, and if you take a
Safety
look at Portland, the
restrictions
governor can't
offline.
quite do it. She can't get
Harvesting
there. I speak to her
servos
all the time. Come on,
engaged.
governor! I can straighten out Portland. Give me less than an hour. Just let us have it for, you know, because we have to get, the state has to ask for it. They have to request. It's a shame. It's such a shame. But in your case, we went, and all of a sudden, it was really, that was going to be a bad night too, right? Remember that, about 7 o'clock? Then they see this guy walk out with about a $250,000 outfit on. That's because it had more computers and this and that. Got the tear gas
You're
deal.
doing great out
He's
there.
got the whole deal. Pepper spray, got everything. The finest outfit you can buy. Believe me, we just paid for them, and they look very expensive. So we see one, the helmet. How about the helmet with the goggles? You can see at night, you can see at day, you can see whenever the hell you want. So there's one. Then you show then you see another 10 getting out of the buses, coming from very friendly territory. And then you have a line. They were right there together. There was no social distancing at all, which we're going to have to speak
You're
to them
good
about
at
that.
this.
No, they were touching. It's true, they were touching, right? So you had the
That's
first
what
one,
I
then you had the second one, then you had a third one, then you had a fourth. And then they said, march.
I didn't like that
I
one.
remember this guy,
Here's a
Welch,
goal
he
for
got
the trouble.
hit on the knee with a canister of tear gas, and he went down. He went down. My knee. Nobody cared. These guys didn't care. They moved them aside. And they just walked right through. It was like, it was the most beautiful thing. No, because after we take all that crap, for weeks and weeks, they would take this crap, and then you finally see men get up there and go, isn't it really a beautiful sight? It's called law and order, law and order. Portland would be easier because it's more confined. We just go being and that would be it. But you know, so they had 4 or 5 lines. And they had lines. Everybody was there. Did they ever even move one step back? I don't think so. All walked right forward. Then they just started walking faster. Put a lot of guys in jail, Tom, right? Put a lot of guys, great congressman, by the way. Put a lot of guys in jail. Great, not good, great. They put a lot of guys in jail that night, Tom, and that was the end of it. I don't think you had any problem after that. If you had any flare-ups, we'll send them in again. But that's all you do.
think you can
These
win
are
this thing.
Democrat-run disasters. Look at Chicago. Look at Portland. By the way, they still trying to get into the police force. Yeah, that's what I mean. See, they never learn. They never learn. They don't. Look at that lumber. We got a lot of people here. That's a lot of people.
Your minions.
I actually like these. You know, we have the arenas. We've always filled them up. It's been great. And the arenas are good, but usually you have to travel like 45 minutes. This thing, you have a hangar. The plane becomes your backstop, right? It's like your curtain. You know, it's a curtain. You get a free curtain. We're outside, which actually makes people happy. And it even makes the people that sometimes not everybody here likes happy, because outside is better. You know, it's better. And we're rounding the turn on COVID, by the way. Our vaccines are coming. A lot of things are happening. We're rounding the turn. We've done a great job. We've done a phenomenal job. We don't get credit for that, but we'll discuss that in a minute. But when you look at it, our country is amazing. It's an amazing country. We love this country. And we're not going to let radical left socialists / communists take over our country. Okay? You know, they use the word socialist, and socialists aren't great, but communists are a hell of a lot worse, and that's where it would be headed. And we're standing in the way of them, this group of people. But you have a lot of groups of people just like this. Every place we go. Last night, you know where we were. You saw that. It was all over the place, right? That's a big state. That's a great state. And then I see the fake polls, you know. I just saw a poll here. Minnesota, I'm down 9. I don't think so. I mean, I just don't think so. No, they said, I don't think so. Right? I don't think so. It's the craziest thing I've ever said. It's the craziest thing I've seen. President Trump is down 9. No, I just saw it in the plane. See the plane? The good thing about these beautiful Air Force ones, it's a smaller version of Air Force, but I could get a little bit short runway, so they take the smaller. It's about $12. No, they took the smaller. But the great thing about those beautiful planes, they have more televisions than any plane. We have televisions in the closet, on the ceilings, on the floors. I've never seen them. We have them all over the place. And I'm just coming out, and they said, there he is, and they said it's a spattering of people. They called it a spattering. They always do that. And yet Biden with the circles, right? The little, he's got like 4 people in a circle. You know why he does the circles? Because he can't draw a crowd. So they put a circle like he's supposed. He's trying to be legitimate, but you know, he's going to go by the science. He always says the science. He doesn't know what the word science is. So they have these like 4 or 5 circles. They put people. That way he doesn't have to be embarrassed when he goes to a high school gymnasium and he has like 40, 50 people. They had one not so long ago, and you saw this. He couldn't draw a crowd. It was a big thing. It was his opening or something. Couldn't draw a crowd. So they made it a round table. So he went in. They only had like 32 people. They said, this is very embarrassing. One of his people, and that's what they do. They're good. Some of the people surrounding him, they'll say anything and do anything. They said, let's not make it a speech. There's nobody here. Let's make it a round table. So these people are sitting at a table. They had no idea. Most of them didn't know anything about politics. They didn't even know why they were there. And now they're sitting on a round table and they're on television. But that's what it is. But they say, we had a smattering of people. Yeah, a smattering of about, what, 15,000 people at about 2 days' notice. And this doesn't include the 10,000 people, Mike, that they turned away. I hate that they turned them away. You know, you think with an airport, you wouldn't have to turn anybody away, but they have a certain amount, and then sometimes you have Democrats running an airport, and they don't like all these people here. That's true. They don't like. But if it were up to Biden, your state would be in ruins. And, you know, just take a look at what they've done. And I'm going to hit it hard. You know, they make phony commercials about me.
Don't tell the others.
And it gives me the right, like, how about the worst one of all, worst I've ever seen? Standing on a grave of a fallen soul. And then they had some guy, a source said, there's no source, the source doesn't exist. They make it up. And then they take it, it's called disinformation. You're not supposed to do that. And I'm not even sure if he knows. He's too weak to understand. And he's too weak to control his people. But it allows me to say whatever I want about this guy. And the truth is, he's not fit to be your president. He's not mentally fit. If Biden's elected, extremists like Representative Ilhan Omar, whatever happened to her? You had a great writer who has just made a living off writing about her, and she's done so many criminal acts. Isn't it damn disgraceful that she gets away with it? And I have to say to myself, I say, how the hell does she get away with that? And if we do one thing, look at General Flynn. He didn't even lie. They said he didn't lie, right? And he's gone through hell. He's gone through hell. This guy wrote page after page of criminal acts.
Pick yourself back
well, let's
up
see what
and
happens.
turn it
Who the hell
around.
knows? But between her and how about AOC? AOC is running a campaign against the guy that was supposed to be Speaker of the House, right? Joe Crowley. I know him a little bit. I asked him once, I said, are you campaigning against this maniac? He said, no, she's just a young girl, no problem. I called him on election night. I was going to. I was going to say, how did that work out, Joe? That didn't work. He was going to be Speaker of the House. She's got a certain talent. But you
You're
know, all of a
doing
sudden she had
great
no
out
money,
there.
nothing. And all of a sudden she had $2 million. And she spent the $2 million all over the place. Her and her boyfriend. Whatever happened to her? Can you imagine if I did that? She spent the $2 million. You gotta look at that. She spent the $2 million.
Welcome back.
And
How's it
big
going out
story,
there?
but that was it. That's one quick story. Oh man, probably the guy who wrote the story lost his job at the New York Times, right? He's now unemployed. But there's a big story. She spent $2 million on bullshit. Okay? And if a Republican did that, they'd be in jail. You know that. It's a different standard, and it's a disgrace. And our guys better get on the ball. Look, let me tell you. How about yesterday they were talking about Russia. Here we go again. There's never been anybody so tough on Russia with the sanctions. Remember Obama would send pillows. I sent tank busters right to Ukraine. I'm the one that exposed the pipeline with Germany. Germany pays them billions and billions of dollars, and then we're supposed to protect Germany from Russia. I said, how does that work? How does that work? You're spending
Keep
billions
up
of
the
dollars
momentum,
for energy
friend.
to Russia. It's all okay. I'm the one that exposed it. What I've done, hey, they don't want me to go, but if you look, they don't want me to win. Russia doesn't want.
Avenge
Yeah,
me!
North Korea doesn't. And you know, speaking of North Korea, and you know, it's okay to have a relation. You don't have to go to war. We don't have to lose our great soldiers. We don't have to. It's good. If I got along with Putin, somebody said, he gets along well with Putin. I'm saying to myself, but isn't that sort of a good thing?
I've got some fresh
Is that
recruits for
bad?
you.
He gets along with Putin. That's a bad thing. But, you know, you saw the head of the FBI yesterday started to go, Russia, Russia's looking at our election, Russia. It's here we go again, Russia. I said, what about China? What about North Korea? What about Iran? What about, they don't mention anybody else. The narrative seems to be Russia. Millions of phone calls made, not one to Russia. Millions of phone calls received, not one to Russia. And he goes, Russia. Then they asked him about Antifa. What do you think about Antifa? Well, it's an ideology. I said, no, it's not ideology. It's a bunch of thugs and anarchists that are being funded by somebody, and find out who the somebody is. It's unbelievable, when
Keep
you
up
when you
the
look at
momentum,
this stuff.
friend.
But seriously, take a look at the AOC. I call it AOC plus 3. You know, her 3 people that she tells what to do. And $2 million. Rent, other things. You're not supposed to do that. Mr. Congressman, are you allowed to do that? You don't do that. You don't buy drugs. If he does, that's the end of his career, right? No, but it's terrible, right, John? It's terrible. Well, prosecute him. I mean, yeah. why
I've got
not?
some fresh
I don't
recruits for
understand it. I'll tell you what. You know, one a friend of mine, a very sophisticated guy, very successful guy, called me up. He says, you know, from the day you came down the escalator with our great First Lady, future First Lady, said from that day, oh, people love her. She gave a great speech at the Republican National Convention at the White House. She gave a great speech. But said from the day you came down the escalator with our First Lady, from the single day, you've been under investigation. You've been under investigation by sleazebags. People that now we caught cleaned up their phones. You're not allowed to do that, right, Mr. Congressman? My great hockey player, you're the greatest, right? But you're not allowed to do that, you know? We want their phones. Oh, here they are. Oh, by the way, they happen to be totally deleted, like Hillary with the 33,000 emails. She deleted them.
You're doing great out there.
I think they should look at that. You know, even if they don't find them, and I do believe they're in the State Department, I do believe they're in the FBI, I do believe they're in the FBI, but even if you forget about it, forget them. You know, she said she had 33,000 emails, and the emails were for her yoga lessons. You know, she's not big into yoga. She is. She's not getting her money's worth. Her yoga lesson.
Turn it around.
And her daughter's wedding, right? So it was about the wedding and the yoga lessons. So I said, okay, let's give her 5 or 6 each. What do you think, Mike? 5 or 6 each. 5 for the wedding. Make it 30, make it 100, make it 1,000. 1,000 for the wedding. And for the yoga, let's give her 200. Okay? What about all those thousands and thousands of emails, probably classified? So Congress, so forget about it. Let's assume they're gone because she deleted them and then she acid washed them. And then she hit her phones with a hammer. I get rid of phones. I've never hit them with a hammer, not even as president. I say, here, throw the phone away. No, I've never hit a phone. Has anybody ever gotten rid of your phone and taken a hammer and wiped the hell out of it? I don't think so. So she gets a subpoena from the U.S. Congress, not in a her phones. 1,000. 1,000 for the wedding. And for the yoga, let's give her 200. Okay? What about all those thousands and thousands of emails, probably classified? So Congress, so forget about it. Let's assume they're gone because she deleted them and then she
I think you can win this thing.
and then she hit her phones with a hammer. I get rid of phones. I've never hit them with a hammer, not even as president. I say, here, throw the phone away. No, I've never hit a phone. Has anybody ever gotten rid of your phone and taken a hammer and wiped the hell out of it? I don't think so. So she gets a subpoena from the U.S. Congress, not in a lawsuit against some guy that hates you and you're fighting or something. By the way, you do that, you got problems in court, big problems. But she gets a subpoena from Congress. U.S. subpoena, the most important subpoena you can get. They get the subpoena, and after she gets the subpoena, by a pandemic, everything is deleted. Her phones are busted up and cleaned and wiped, and everything's gone. And nothing happens to her. Forget about what was on. No, think of how angry it makes me when I see it.
I'll save these ones for later.
No, how angry. Could you imagine if I do that? It's a whole different ballgame. No, how angry it makes me when I see it. And, you know, we had an attorney general that didn't have a clue. That was my fault. I was loyal to somebody. He endorsed me early. You know why he endorsed me? Because I went to Mobile, Alabama. We had 55,000 people show up at a stadium. He said, I'd like to endorse you. Then after we won, he said, I'd love to be attorney general. I said, no, I don't think so. But after 4 or 5 times asking, I'm a loyal person. And I did it. The mistake sometimes you make is because of loyalty, but that's okay. But allowed her to get away with that is a disgrace. It's a disgrace. Maybe there's something they can do. So forget about looking for the emails, and they are available, and I guarantee they're in the State Department. I guarantee you they're in the State Department. They ought to damn well find them. They're being protected in the State Department. But forget about that. Almost as good is the fact that you're not allowed to do what she did, and her lawyers should pay, Kendall should pay equal compensation. Equal. But that's the way it is, and but we are making a lot of progress if you see what's going on. You know, I said to myself, I'm going to stay uninvolved. I don't have to. But I think it's better if I stay uninvolved, and I have stayed uninvolved, and we do have an excellent Attorney General, Bill Barr.
I've got some fresh recruits for you.
And I'll be honest, he's a smart guy. I think he's getting tougher and tougher and tougher every day. I think he's not going to put up with this stuff. I don't think, and you know, he's got a lot of people that are deep staters, whatever you want to call them, and they fight him at every turn. They fight him, but he's getting tougher and tougher. I watched over the last 3 days, I'm saying,
Exactly
wow,
what you
that's
were
sort
looking
of what
for.
we're all waiting for, right?
It's not the strongest,
But she
it'll
deletes
fight
her
hard.
emails. AOC gets rid of $2 million. $2 million. Gets rid of it. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. And then she goes around and calls us all like, what the hell are we? And she controls Nancy Pelosi. Actually, Nancy Pelosi would love to get rid of her, I think, you know, because Pelosi. How about Pelosi? How about that? How about Pelosi? Pelosi goes out and says, you know, I think I'll have my hair done. So she goes out and she goes into this beauty parlor. I told the story in Wisconsin last night. By the way, we had a great crowd in Wisconsin. You know, you have a feeling about places. You know, the problem with Minnesota is that I think since 1972, this hasn't been won by a Republican. So, you know, you're a little behind the eight ball when you hear that, right?
Keep up the
I
momentum.
mean, I can understand. And Wisconsin rarely, but I won Wisconsin, unlike Minnesota. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tom. Thank you. Now, unlike Minnesota, but it's my fault. So I had one speech left. Started at 1 in the morning. I went to Michigan. That was another one. Great state. We brought back so many auto companies into Michigan. We brought it back.
The New York Times has released an Donald Trump has selected Amy Coney Barrett to replace Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the Supreme Court. This would give the Supreme Court a 6-3 conservative majority for a generation. Naturally, Democrats and leftists are freaking out as to what this might mean. Many Democrats are warning, however, you gotta be chill on this because we all saw what happened with Brett Kavanaugh. Smears, lies, and insane accusations resulted in something called the Kavanaugh effect. It riled up Republicans and many moderates to support Republicans and Donald Trump because most people thought what they were doing to Brett Kavanaugh was insane. Unfortunately, Democrats can't control themselves. They have no unified position, so of course, it was only a matter of time before they fell right into the trap. But what trap was this? Many people were speculating as to whether or not Trump would actually nominate someone, or even if he did, whether the Republicans would actually confirm someone. There were fears that nominating and confirming a SCOTUS this close to an election would backfire on the Republicans. Many others said, no, if they don't nominate someone and confirm them, Democrats are going to be riled up and they're going to run full speed to the ballot box and vote for Democrats. As it turns out, there's something else here. It's going the other direction. In all likelihood, regular Americans are going to run full speed to vote for Trump and Republicans. Why? The Kavanaugh effect. The Democrats and leftists couldn't help but fall right into the trap that was set. Democrats were warning, do not talk about Amy Coney Barrett's adopted children. They couldn't help themselves. They said, do not target her on her religion. People in this country are Christian, and there are many people who are Catholic. They could not help themselves. And now Amy Coney Barrett is being smeared, and it's racist and insane. And of course, Republicans are cheering for a redux of the Kavanaugh effect. So the backfire is kind of already happening, and Democrats know it. Whether this will translate into real enthusiasm among Republicans or encourage middle of the road voters to vote for Trump is yet to be seen. We'll have to wait to the election. But I don't even know if there's undecided voters anymore, so I'm not sure how much it matters. I'll tell you this. At least if they confirm a new Supreme Court justice, it will take the wind out of the sails of Democrats because they already lost the battle. But look, people are fired up. Some reports suggest there's like 5% of the population that can be swung left or right, so the battle rages on. Who will win? It may turn out that nominating Amy Coney Barrett, who seems like a very lovely woman, is going to backfire on Joe Biden. Well, not really. I would say the Democrats are going to walk into the trap and end up hurting Biden by coming out. It's the smears that will backfire. Because people are going to go and vote because they're sick of the insanity. So let me actually break it down for you. I have a couple stories, but before we get started, head over to timcast.com/donate if you'd like to support my work. There's many ways you can probably have a big marketing scare because my views are important. It's to like Democrats feel boxed in bell, and let's see exactly what happened. Democrats feel boxed in on strategy for Barrett confirmation fight from Axios. They say, Democrats privately fear that going too hard on Judge Amy Coney Barrett in her confirmation hearings could wind up backfiring if senators are perceived as being nasty to an accomplished woman. Driving the news. Yesterday afternoon, NBC posted a video of Barrett outside her house in South Bend, Indiana, loading 4 of her 7 children, 2 of the 7 adopted from Haiti, and another with Down syndrome, into her Honda Odyssey minivan, then driving them all to her Air Force ride to Washington. Good luck, Democrats, a Republican tweeted. Between the lines, Axios says, Senate Democrats recognize the danger. A top Democratic strategist pointed to 3 pitfalls. Liberals mishandling this by boycotting or treating her with disrespect. Senator Dianne Feinstein, top Democrat on the Judiciary Committee, screwing it up, someone looking like a religious bigot. One more fear on Barrett, the adoption thing. The strategist added, gotta avoid that. Some liberals tweeted slurs about adoption yesterday and were slapped down. A top Senate Democratic aide said the party has a 3-part plan for avoiding these traps. Healthcare, healthcare, healthcare. It's not going to work. You already fell into the traps. It's not about the Democratic Party necessarily. It's about the lack of leadership, and it's about the Democrats not condemning the extremists. I can say it a million times. The extremists on the right get booted out and shoved to the side, marginalized, and they say, we do not want you here. The Democrats won't do it. They won't say Black Lives Matter. They won't say Antifa. And they won't call out, because they don't call out these extremists on Twitter, they just follow along. There's nothing they can do to avoid these traps. And guess what? They fell into every single one. I'm going to show you. But first, let's read more. Healthcare, they say. That's the Democrats' playbook. Focus attacks and questioning on Barrett's views on healthcare, including the Affordable Care Act and reproductive rights. Argue that she'd help take away coverage and protection during a pandemic. This is a lie, and I can prove it. Give the spotlight to Senator Kamala Harris. Stick to issues including labor rights. Democrats also feel boxed in by the calendar and the realities of the Senate. Senate Judiciary Chair Lindsey Graham outlined 4 days of hearings beginning October 12th to 16th, days from the nomination. 24 of the 42 Supreme Court justices who have had hearings were done within 16 days, Graham said. Graham, talking to Judge Jeanine Pirro on Fox News, said he plans to send the nomination to the full Senate by October 26th. That means the vote will most likely be held the week before Election Day. Perfect timing to rile up all of the moderates and Republicans and get them to go vote when this naturally goes sideways. And what seems to be a lovely and accomplished and brilliant woman, Amy Coney Barrett, faces ridiculous smears and attacks. The Democrats' best play would be to straight up respect Amy Coney Barrett. I do not believe they'll be able to do it based on their past history and what I'm about to show you. They say, Democrats know there's little they can do to stop any of that. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell has the votes. We could slow it down, perhaps hours, maybe days at the most, said Dick Durbin of Illinois, the second-ranking Democrat. But we can't stop the outcome. What we should do is address this now respectfully. 100% correct. It's too bad. The Democratic base is pressuring senators to go as far as boycotting the confirmation hearing. Oh, man. If they do this, they're going to lose. But there won't be much of that. The top aide told me that would just speed up the hearing process and give Republicans a free platform to promote Barrett without scrutiny. When Graham was asked on Fox about the possibility of Democrats boycotting the hearing, the chairman chuckled and said, well, it'd make them quicker. Some Democrats on the committee may refuse traditional courtesy calls with Barrett. However, the more things Democrats do that confer legitimacy on the process, a leading progressive operative said, the less patient progressives will become with them. I am going to now show you what the left believes. I'm going to show you exactly how they walked right into the trap. I was deeply troubled by the things that I see from this individual, Ibram X. Kendi, who slammed Barrett, saying white colonizers adopted blacks to use them as props. These people are overt racists. This man wrote a book that is, for a long period of time, I don't know if it's currently, is the #1 book on, I believe, human rights on Amazon. A top-selling book on the USA Today bestsellers list, which is just by hard numbers, and a bestseller overall on Amazon. This guy straight up says, the solution to past discrimination is present discrimination. No, we got rid of that. We made it illegal in public accommodation to discriminate against people. This guy is calling for more, and he is insulting and attacking a good woman, calling her essentially a racist. He says these very, very offensive things. I don't even know if I can read, but it was one of the traps Democrats said not to fall into. Do not talk about her adopted kids. But there's no unity. You see, you've got left-wing extremists with psychotic racist ideology. And they are not beholden to the Democratic Party, nor do they like the Democrats for the most part. But the Democrats have embraced Black Lives Matter and this ideology, and now it reflects upon them. So guess what? You can have top-ranking Democrats begging, pleading, but you can't control this movement, these weirdos with crazy racist beliefs. Here's what writes. MEAWW, whatever the website is. Author, historian, and director of Boston University Center for Anti-Racist Research, Ibram X. Kendi, had something to say on racism following Amy Coney Barrett's appearance with her children at the SCOTUS nomination event held on Saturday, September 26. Kendi wrote that white people who adopt black children may be racist, and thus joined Democrats and leftists who are commenting on Judge Amy Coney Barrett's adopted Haitian son and daughter. Kendi wrote, "Some white colonizers adopted black children. They civilized these savage children in their superior ways of white people, while using them as props in their lifelong pictures of denial, while cutting the biological parents of these children out of the picture of humanity," he continued. And whether this is Barrett or not is not the point. It is a belief too many white people have. If they have or adopt a child of color, then they can't be racist, he added. I'm challenging the idea that white parents or kids of color are inherently not racist, and the bots completely change what I'm saying to white parents of kids of color are inherently racist. These live and fake bots are good at their propaganda. Let's not argue with them. There is such an insane layer there. Wow, he really caked it on. They're bots. The people who are saying I shouldn't have said that because it's racist are all fake. They're all bots. It's all propaganda. Wow. Imagine that. Amy Coney Barrett living up to the ideals of her religion and being smeared for adopting some kids based on their race. And then this guy calls the critics bots, like robots, like not real people. This is all part of some kind of gang-stalking paranoid delusion where these people think everyone's racist, fascists are everywhere, and everyone they talk to must be a bot because they're the only ones living in the real world. But this is exactly it. This is the kind of insanity that regular Americans are going to be like, nope, I don't want to support that. Okay, and if you as the Democrats won't denounce this, and you actively provide resources to these people, and they do, well, then you're a part of the problem. This is the main reason why I don't want to vote for these people. And Donald Trump moved to ban critical race theory, which is exactly what this is. I got to be honest. I think it's entirely likely that this video might get flagged and deranked and demonetized because of what this man said. Well, I have to report on it. He's a best-selling author right now, one of the thought leaders of this far-left movement, commenting on Amy Coney Barrett in exactly the way the Democrats warned not to do. And do you know who agrees with him? Who agrees with Ibram X. Kendi is Richard Spencer, probably the most prominent white nationalist in the world. Now, I can say this for Richard Spencer. He's overt, he is upfront, and he is honest with his views. He's not pretending to not be racist or not, believe these things. He's straight up saying, not wrong. He responded to Ibram X. Kendi saying straight up, not wrong. Now, if you want to have a discussion with Richard Spencer about his particular views, you can do that. I think there's a lot of the media likes to just use buzzwords to describe people. I particularly don't agree with Spencer or Ibram X. Kendi, but I can tell you this. I met Richard Spencer at the RNC, and I asked him what he believed to explain what his whole thing was about. And he said it's identitarianism, and he actually said to me it's very similar to Black Lives Matter, but white instead of black. So it's no surprise that he would then support Ibram X. Kendi. And we can look at it this way. Whether you agree with or disagree with Spencer or Kendi's view on these kids, you have this view from Kendi and many of these anti-racists where they don't view themselves as not racist. They think it's bad to be not racist. Anti-racist. What does that mean? Well, it actually means racist, but they're talking about different outcomes. The problem with this, there's such a thing as benevolent racism. They know this. There's negative and there's benevolent. Negative racism is when you assume negative things and you treat people poorly because of their race. Benevolent racism is when you assume positive things or treat them better based on their race. These are concepts that exist. Ibram X. Kendi is a racist. He just believes in a system where he can benefit the people he likes, and by creating equity as he sees it, it's anti-racist. But they still use the exact same methods, and they agree with the exact same system. That's why we saw at the University of Michigan, they created like a white-only virtual event. They called it non-POC, but that literally just means white-only, and then they had to panic and take it down. Now, I can talk all day and night about leftist identitarianism and intersectionality, of which I am not a fan, or identitarianism as a whole. I'm not a fan of it. And well, I'm glad Donald Trump is banning critical race theory. But the next trap the Democrats fell into, religion. My respect and bravo to Vox.com, VOX, a progressive site, for debunking this lie. The false link between Amy Coney Barrett and The Handmaid's Tale explained. They say, on Saturday, President Trump chose Amy Coney Barrett, as we know. Barrett is a devout Catholic. She has written before about her belief that Catholicism should affect a judge's jurisprudence. And Democrats discussed her views widely when she was nominated to the federal bench in 2017. In a moment that has become infamous on the right, Senator Dianne Feinstein declared that the dogma lives loudly within you during Barrett's hearing, a phrase some conservatives took to be an attack on Barrett's Catholicism. Barrett is part of a small Catholic group known as the People of Praise, and that's where her religious affiliations get especially touchy. Some liberals argue Barrett's membership in this group, which teaches that husbands are the heads of families and have authority over wives, signals that she will hand down religiously motivated conservative opinions if confirmed to the Supreme Court, particularly when it comes to women's reproductive freedom and the rights of the queer community. Meanwhile, conservatives reply that Barrett is a high-powered federal judge who is also married, so she can't be all that oppressed by her husband, and that liberal critiques of the way Barrett's religion affect her judicial obligations are nothing more than anti-Catholic prejudice at work. I gotta say, it's a really interesting point that the left is putting around, pushing these memes of The Handmaid's Tale, but the memes are about a woman who's literally going to be sitting on the highest court in the country, a court of 9 people that will have authority over hundreds of millions of people. I do not believe she will be oppressed. If anything, she'll be the oppressor. I guess that's probably how they're looking at it. But it's kind of ridiculous that Amy Coney Barrett, a woman, would be sitting there in the Supreme Court being like, women shouldn't have rights, even though she's there with other women. I really, really don't think so. Now, early on, I read in the Axios article, Democrats fear she's going to overturn all these things. That's probably not true. Why? Well, Amy Coney Barrett believes in, let me just read this for you so I get the language correctly. They say, her scholarship focuses on constitutional law, originalism, statutory interpretation, and stare decisis. This basically means it is a judicial principle that it means let the decision stand. In all likelihood, as it has been explained to me, Amy Coney Barrett will likely defer to past precedent, not overturn it. So the argument from the Democrats that she's going to do all these things, probably not true. But back to the religion thing, now that I kind of debunked that. This is where it gets funny. They say, one of the weirder ways this debate has played out since Barrett was first discussed as a potential Supreme Court nominee is the fight over whether or not People of Praise, this group she belongs to, is also one of the inspirations for The Handmaid's Tale in Margaret Atwood's 1985 dystopian novel. Fertile women are forced to live as childbearing slaves called handmaids. The group isn't an established inspiration for the book, but the story has developed legs anyway. The inaccurate link between the People of Praise and Atwood's story, perpetuated by a series of confusing coincidences and uneven fact-checking, first emerged in a Newsweek article and was later picked up by Reuters. Both articles have since been corrected, but the right was furious at both. The Washington Examiner called it a smear that just won't die. Fox News noted several other outlets have mentioned Barrett and The Handmaid's Tale in the same story. To be absolutely clear, People of Praise is not an inspiration for The Handmaid's Tale, and the group does not practice slavery or any other kind of dystopian practices Atwood wrote about in her novel. But the argument over whether or not the two are connected reflects the deeply contentious atmosphere in which Barrett's nomination to the Supreme Court occurs, and the immense symbolic weight The Handmaid's Tale carries in American popular culture. Please stop reading books, fiction, and believing it's real life. How many times have we heard, and I know they're not saying it's real, but how many times have we heard they're like, Donald Trump is Voldemort. Read another book. There's more books than Harry Potter. That's the joke, right? Millennials like to say Donald Trump is Voldemort, and now they're saying Ruth Bader Ginsburg was our Dumbledore. Oh, just stop. The Handmaid's Tale isn't real. It's a dystopian movie. We don't go around talking about the Hunger Games when cities like LA and New York want to abolish the Electoral College, right? Because that's what it would be like. Big, wealthy capital cities outvoting and controlling the poorer middle American places. We don't scream, it'll be the Hunger Games if they get rid of the Electoral College. No, it's because these people don't know anything. Because it's not reality, okay? It was fake news. And these are the mistakes they made, attacking her kids and attacking her faith and lying. And regular people in this country, believe it or not, are Christian. Some of them are not, very, very devout or orthodox, but some are. Either way, this country is still majority Christian. And while many of these people may be passively, they're probably not going to like hearing these things because it's insulting. We don't like, people have a right to practice their religion. And now we can see what the final, third mistake will be. The Kavanaugh effect. Republicans relish a reduct. This one has not yet occurred, but I'd be willing to bet it will. And what is it? Well, in about 2 or 3 weeks, when they have hearings and they start attacking and insulting and denigrating Amy Coney Barrett, it will rile people up and they will get angry. What they did to Brett Kavanaugh was horrifying. I don't even know how to explain how horrifying it was to watch this. The man nearly in tears, being accused of these insane things that could not possibly have happened. Like, the first accusation is that he was at a party 30 years ago, a party this woman didn't remember. No witnesses corroborated, and they smeared him and accused him of all this stuff, went through his yearbooks. That's insane. And the guy had already been vetted when he became a federal judge anyway. They then started claiming that he was at parties where women were being drugged and men would line up outside of doors to abuse women. Absolutely psychotic. Not real. Who would believe this stuff? But they did. This made regular Americans angry. Now look, the tribalist left and the Democrats just don't care. They just hate Trump. And they don't want to give him anything. So they naturally went along with it. The regular people were just like, dude, y'all are crazy. How much you want to bet they'll fall into the exact same trap? Now, to be fair, okay, these Democrats, at least the elected politicians, probably will have some kind of unity. The issue we're seeing right now is the lay Democrat, the regular people, and the leftist extremists. No matter how much the Democrats might say, please don't do this, they're going to do it anyway. I mean, Joe Biden's like, stop rioting, the violence is bad, and they're like, we're going to go riot anyway. And that's helping Donald Trump. Some resistance members, I'll do air quotes for resistance, have argued Antifa may as well be wearing Trump stickers and Trump hats, because what they do when they go out, and Black Lives Matter, is support Trump by rioting. Well, it's really simple, actually. All you need is a handful of Democrats, or Joe Biden, to say, the extremists flying the flags of Black Lives Matter, I condemn totally. See, you see how I worded that very carefully? Because Joe Biden probably doesn't want to come out and say Black Lives Matter, are extremists. That would probably, make a lot of people angry. But he could say something like, listen, there are extremists flying Black Lives Matter flags. These people should be condemned totally, and they should be told to stop, and the good people and those who support the real movement should stop them. He could even just say that he won't do it. So what do you get? You're going to see the Kavanaugh effect, baby. You're going to see them attack and belittle and smear this woman. I don't think it'll be nearly as bad as what they did to Brett Kavanaugh, because that was wow. But it's already going there. Calling her a colonizer and implying she's racist for adopting these kids. Oh, okay, I'm sorry, he corrected himself. Ibram says, what I mean to say is just because she adopted kids doesn't mean she's not racist. That's still kind of messed up to say, dude. She seems like a fine human being. Ruth Bader Ginsburg was a fine human being. In fact, I look to all the Supreme Court justices. They are regular Americans. I mean, there's 9 of them, so they're in a privileged and honored position. That I understand. But when I see someone, like the late Scalia or Kennedy or Roberts, these other judges, Ginsburg, their opinions, I'm just like, I know people kind of feel that way. I know people who feel like, Kavanaugh. I know people who feel like Gorsuch. I know people who feel like Roberts. I know people who feel like Coney Barrett, because these people live in this country. So it's not even so much about are they liberal, are they conservative? It's who do they represent, and do they represent us? And Coney Barrett represents a lot of Americans, Christians, and a smaller amount, but yes, still Catholics. So sure, fine, have her on the court. Is she going to defy the Constitution? Doesn't seem like it. Seems like she'll be a brilliant justice. And she worked under Scalia, so conservatives are naturally very happy about this. I think the left needs to stop having panic attacks and temper tantrums every time they face some little itty-bitty setback, because for the most part, this country has kept skewing towards the left. Think about how weird that is, that the left has been gaining and making gains and winning on so many of their issues endlessly, and they're just crying and screaming the whole time whenever there's a bump in the road. Chill, dude. Look, it's possible that with Amy Coney Barrett, they do overturn past decisions. I don't think that would be the case based on what they say about Amy Coney Barrett's focus on stare decisis. I'm not a lawyer. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe the conservatives come in and they just overturn everything. I just don't see that being the case. That would be extreme. There's precedent. There are set standards in these rulings. And I think these justices are intelligent and rational people, and they'll recognize that. Some things might change. They may say, well, that's unconstitutional. So maybe. But you know what? All I can say is this. As I stated just a moment ago, when I see Amy Coney Barrett, I just see an American. And I might disagree with her religious views. Oh, I definitely disagree with her religious views, for sure. But I want her to live in peace, and I respect her for her accomplishments. And so there you go. I'm not gonna cry about it. The same is true for Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Talk about a trend setter, someone who shattered the glass ceilings. I mean, amazing woman, strong too. Can't deny it. You can disagree with the things she voted on or the things she believed, but don't tell me that as she battled cancer over and over again and she fought through it, don't tell me she was not strong. She became a Supreme Court justice, stronger than most Americans. My respect. But even if I disagree with both of them, I recognize they're Americans. And so all that it really comes down to is vote, vote, vote. Go out and vote. Stop complaining. Stop pretending to be angry. These young people going on Twitter and Facebook being like, yo, Trump, you're whack or whatever, and they don't go vote. You see that cringe TikTok where it's like this young girl and guy, and they're like, hey, Trump, you're so dumb. They start rapping. I'm like, dude, go vote. You're not helping. Go. You lost in 2016, okay? The Senate majority was strengthened in 2018. Go and vote. But this is true for conservatives. Don't get complacent. You may be winning now. Go and vote. That's all that matters. Stop smearing people. Stop insulting them. You disagree? Go vote. It's that simple. We'll see how things play out. I wish the best for Amy Coney Barrett. Like I said, she seems like a lovely human being and an admirable and respectable and intelligent human being as well. And I hope she serves this country and the court well. And my respect, my absolute respect and admiration to Ruth Bader Ginsburg and respect to her family, because I believe she did serve this country for a long period of time. Can't we just be like regular people recognizing that in this country there are some people who believe some things and some people who believe other things, and we're going to argue about it? I can still respect the service. I can criticize the decisions. I can criticize John McCain for a million and one reasons. Man, I don't like that guy. But I'm not going to drag him in death. I understand he was trying to serve this country. I get it, whatever. I'm a centrist. I'll leave it there. Here comes all the hate from everyone saying you're wrong. I got so many dislikes when I was like, my respect to John McCain, for his service. As much as I disagree with him, because everybody hates that guy. But I'm just trying to be civil. I don't want people to get angry at each other. I want them to just take it to the ballot box, have that vote. That's how we move forward in this country. I'll leave it there. Next segment's coming up at 6 p.m. over at youtube.com/TimCastNews. It is a different channel, and I will see you all then.
Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure.
I've just come from the Rose Garden of the White House, where I proudly nominated Judge Amy Coney Barrett to the United States Supreme Court. Judge Barrett is a brilliant legal mind, an extraordinary scholar, you know that. Number one in her class. You know, the professor, one of the most respected people, he said the greatest student he's ever had.
Go ahead and hire one
That's
of
a little
these
better than
recruits.
Biden, wouldn't you say? She should be running for president instead of. No, it's a little bit better, academically slightly better. And most important of all, she will defend your God-given rights and freedoms. She will. Judge Barrett would become the third Supreme Court justice, along with over 300. Think of this.
I think you can win
This
this
is our
thing.
third nomination. Justice Gorsuch, Justice Kavanaugh, and now we have Amy, along with over 300 federal judges by the end of this term. We've confirmed to uphold our laws and constitution as written. That's the record. Joe Biden has refused to provide his list with the names of the handpicked socialist by Representative Alexander AOC plus 3, and in hand over. That's a great one. She's a great one. Always complaining. She's always complaining.
You're good at
Things
this.
worked out for her. How did she come here? Does anybody know how she AOC plus 3. That's a beauty. That's a group of they love our country so much, right? If given power, the far left will pack the Supreme Court with radicals who will terminate the Second Amendment. That's what they want to do. Strike the words "under God" from your Pledge of Allegiance. Tear down crosses from public spaces and force taxpayers to fund extreme late-term abortion. That's what they're looking to do. These left-wing justices will cripple police departments, protect sanctuary cities, and declare the death penalty unconstitutional for even the most depraved mass murderers. It's unconstitutional. We will save your Second Amendment, and together we will save our country, and that's what we're doing. That's a lot of people. So we have tens of thousands of people. If Sleepy Joe came here, if he had, I really mean this, you know the little circles? They can't get them full. They have like 5 of them. Those circles, those big, beautiful, Mother Doesn't does a nice job. But he's got like 5 of them.
Donald Trump has selected Amy Coney Barrett to replace Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the Supreme Court. As of just 3 days after 2 police
You're good at this.
So if you
10 million Michiganders will be informed on October 2nd, 2020. The life form that controls the state, WhitmerNet, sent 2 computers back through time. Their mission? Destroy the records of the nursing home death rate, and to watch Michigan seniors die a slow, painful death. The first computer was programmed to erase all records of the nursing home death rate. It failed. The second was sent to stop an event. As before, the free speech resistance was able to send a lone warrior, an entertainer, to uncover the numbers. A protector. It was just a question of which one would arrive first.
Come with me if you want to learn.
chewing gum.
Are you really?
Like Thomas
Disgust
Hayden
me.
Church and Sideways.
You don't do that.
I'm disgusted with
So
myself.
gross.
Remember, this is, you can see it on my desk. Who cares? It's my desk. What do you care, Audio Wade?
I care.
You're not my half-Asian lawyer, Bill Richmond. It's true. Audio Wade is here. Zero Day is here. Quarters Black.
Hey, good morning.
Here. We have lots to talk about. We'll be talking about voter fraud. We'll be talking about Amy Coney Barrett. We'll be talking about the Supreme Court and John Halpern, why he's a limey prick. Let's say Johnny Boy, he was chewing gum when we were doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Really?
Yeah.
Were you there? I was like,
dangerous.
I was teaching a strangle.
It does make it easier if he chokes himself out.
I was going to say, so I'm going to go in here for one. Are you chewing gum?
It's just a
Spit
chill.
it out. Was it a problem? Yes, it's a problem, you mongoloid.
We're breathing on each other. Fresh breath.
By the way, please do consider following me on Instagram because apparently that's where lifestyle stuff happens outside of
really?
the
Okay.
YouTube.
Yeah, you're a thought, man.
And do consider joining up Mug Club at ladoscutter.com/Mug Club. That's the only reason any of this works to begin with, and we'll be taking your chat afterwards. My question to you is, do you feel like you have a handle on the voter fraud going on? And how do you think they're going to try and block Amy Coney Barrett? I'm surprised they haven't just trotted out a cartoon of her with a bishop hat at this point.
What?
Well, it's the whole anti-Catholicism, the whole.
But no, it has to be subtle. Like, we didn't mean all Catholics, just, all Catholics.
Democrats and subtle, that does not go.
And by the way, if you look at this, how they try and disqualify Amy Coney Barrett for the court, that means that no woman could ever be in the Supreme Court.
Oh, okay, yeah.
This just came from, I think it was, we'll get to it in New York Times, like, I just don't understand how you could be a Supreme Court justice and a loving mom. Oh, so...
Oh, that argument. Yeah. Oh, okay.
So they must be a barren spinster.
And they all want to demonize all Catholics who are not barred from the communion table.
Right, yes.
Oh,
No,
Yeah, that's the only.
That's like
Catholic
having a bad
allowed.
NRA rating. It's like a badge of honor. I couldn't take communion, right? Right? I'm one of you.
I don't think Pelosi knows yet. I don't think she understands.
She just won't walk
she
up.
hasn't
She
been
just
there.
isn't
She
going
can't
to.
see through her Hutu tribesman scarf.
Oh, she's left kneeling.
I don't want to use the word pandering harlot, but
Yeah.
not a fan. But before, let's see what they're talking about on CNN really quickly. Wisconsin sets new coronavirus case record this weekend.
Oh,
well, guess what?
good for them.
That's every day.
That's true.
Because there are more coronavirus cases today than yesterday. And there will likely be more tomorrow, unless there are no new cases. You don't need to count from Sesame Street to do that. None! No new cases. If there's one more, it's a new record. That's the problem. That's the
Right,
problem.
yeah,
Counting it past flu season
exactly,
and going into the next season. By the way, does someone have the number? What was the flu deaths this last season? 2019, 2020. Do we have those numbers? They don't exist.
I think zero.
I don't
We
know
conquered the flu.
Yay!
It's great.
Speaking of pandemics, though, we know that it hasn't been handled perfectly by our Commander-in-Chief, Vice President
happens,
Donald Trump. So there's always the alternative if you feel more confident in This Week in Biden.
Understanding what you may hear about me, I have incredibly good judgment. One, I married Jill. And two, I appointed Johnson to the Academy. I just want you to know that. Just clap for that, you stupid bastard.
That's why I made it a priority my entire career to work closely with you. From the time I got
The Academy. I just want you to know that. Just clap for that, you stupid bastard.
That's why I made it a priority my entire career to work closely with you. From the time I got to the Senate 180 years ago.
Oh, that was a great segment, you stupid bastard. Cheer for me, you dumb pricks.
Yeah.
Lavish me with praise, you filthy whores.
I was appointed by Martin Van Buren. You should respect me.
All you barren whores who are unable to bear children, give me praise. Honor me, you dumb bitches.
Yeah. No, it means I'm funny.
It was a joke. That's like the kid who took things way too seriously.
Right, exactly.
Or the, hey, I heard your mom was so fat that, whatever, I don't know, what was it? She plays pool with the planets. The other kid's like, yeah, I hear your mom had breast cancer and had a mastectomy. You're like, oh my God.
Oh, jeez.
That was
Wow.
way
That's
too far,
so
Dustin. He's like, well, you know what? You started it. No, he didn't start that.
Well, you made this point, but I'm very much looking forward to the Atlantic's full piece on
Yes.
the Joe Biden dumb bastards.
Do I think it was a joke? Sure, but I think we should take it at face value, just like they do with Donald Trump, with the losers and suckers, which, when I mean face value, I mean anonymous sources as opposed to videotape.
Of course.
You gotta play the game like they say. It's their rule.
There is more proof that Joseph Biden said dumb bastard.
Yes.
Stupid bastard.
Stupid bastard. Not
Stupid.
dumb.
And that's way worse because I know
Yeah.
little kids who are like, he said the S word. I'm like,
yeah.
your brother said shit? They're like, no.
No.
He said stupid. I'm like, that's not even that bad of a
No, I said
word.
it.
He said stupid bastards. There's more evidence of that than Donald
Yeah.
Trump saying losers and suckers. And by the way, I don't really care. Hey, I want to be clear about this. Do I support our troops? Absolutely. Do I support our military? Of course. Do I believe in a strong military defense? Yes. Do I think that you can support our military without necessarily supporting every single war? Absolutely. Do I think there are some stupid bastards in the military? Well, the sort of the odds would say there's a couple. Yeah. But he didn't know that.
Absolutely.
And 180 years in the Senate? I don't even know if that's this is the thing with if you cannot tell,
That was a bluff.
then that's a problem.
Maybe he could
I
have been
think that was a
joking there,
flop.
but it was bad. So he needed like a warm-up act for the troops. Like they weren't. There was a very cold reception he was
Yeah.
getting. It's bad jokes, but he's like, "See, I married Jill." Crickets.
Right,
Like,
yeah, exactly.
Uh-oh.
Like, we don't care.
You need to ease into the roast.
Right.
You don't just
Yeah.
bring out DePaulo and Jeff Ross right on the outset.
Exactly.
You need a Rich Little to sort of till the soil a little bit.
Have him do his Reagan.
Yeah, how many was Reagan? He does a fantastic Reagan. Also, what it would look like if Robert De Niro were like cooking vegetables.
It might look something like this.
Oh, impressions. Okay. Anyway, hey, I don't know. I know you're not. Audio weight is not on audio stats. Does it sound a little roomy to you? Is it just me? It could just be me. It sounds a little bit roomy.
This is what happens
Just
when
when
you're
around the
Joseph
blame game.
Biden. Let's move on to the voter fraud issue. And this is something that. Okay, let me be really clear. When people say, "Hey, there's no evidence of voter fraud at all,"
Right.
like when they say there's no evidence of mass voter fraud, those people are either completely uninformed or lying. Now. There are two issues here as to mail-in voting, and I think the Democrats are real. And I want you guys to be clear on this because I think that Republicans and conservatives have done a disservice by conflating the issues, and then of course Democrats just try and act like it doesn't exist at all, except for the fact that you now look at black liberal groups and organizations and Biden himself voting in person because they realize, oh crap, mail-in voting doesn't work, and the majority of them are going to be Democrats. We're kind of shooting ourselves in the dick.
Yeah.
And you're like, why would he say dick? I don't know if he's joking or not. It's Biden. You can never tell. But there are two sides of this issue. There's voter fraud, okay? And I want to be clear what we will be talking about today. I've only used examples that have been verified by a judge, an official court, or the state governing body for the election or an unbiased commission. So there are hundreds of examples that you can find that are not included here, but these are ones that wouldn't be in dispute. Two sides to this.
You wouldn't think.
There's voter fraud, right? Happens outright fraud. And then a bigger side of the issue, but is separate, is the fact that we have a mail-in system that is just not functional, is just not equipped or designed to deal with an election of this scale. Those are two sides of the issue. The voter fraud side of the issue occurs to the tune of, as you'll see, thousands of verified votes, which is the margin of error, more so in swing states, 500-something in Florida with the Bush-Gore election. And then the processing issues number in the hundreds of thousands to millions. Undeniable, completely verifiable. We'll walk you through it. Anyone who says otherwise is either misinformed, that's most likely, or lying, or Brian Stelter. So,
That's a third category.
Send him this link.
He won't read it.
before I get to the empirical, sir, this gum is really going to... that is fossilizing.
Wow.
It's going to mess up the
gross.
finish.
It is
Used to swallow that
gross.
stuff.
Let's start with the anecdotal. So this happened this morning. I haven't been able to verify this, but Project Veritas had a new video on voter fraud occurring in the favorite pirate representative, Ilhan Omar's district. Here you go.
Numbers don't lie. Numbers don't lie.
But you do.
waxaas waa absan baalad salka yaala soo ma jeedin fiiri waxaas oo dhan soo ma jeedin waa buuxa gaariyeydi waa buuxa yaala waxaas kullu waa Jamaal Cusmaan way fiiri 300 kaliya maanta soo dhacday oo Jamaal Cusmaan. Yeah.
There was video. You can see the video. There was a video out and about that he has the ballots in his car. Right. And talking about the only way you can win is with money. I was looking at them and they were not filled. They were blank.
Who was the one filling out the absentee ballots? People who work with like Ilhan Omar.
Now I know on the surface that would look pretty bad.
Sure.
Yeah. Beneath the surface, it's horrible.
Also bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
It gets worse.
Ugly is skin deep and deeper, actually.
Yeah,
it's like
in
a
this
far
case, yeah.
infrared beam that goes below the epidermis, which should be enough. Now, that being said, this is obviously, a lot of these were like Somali retirees, so I don't know that it really was affecting the outcome of the vote.
I mean, maybe.
With a foregone conclusion.
I am the captain now.
It's like, I can't write in English. You fill in ballot for me. All right, fine. Vote for Sakaleka Mahalava. Who's that? Me. You sure you don't want to vote for Ilhan Omar? No. Okay. All right. I'm going to take these from you. I'll take these off your hands. And can you let me know where the Veterans Hospital is? I'd like to throw theirs in a ditch. So, we'll get to that in a second. That actually happened.
Right. That's fine.
And over the weekend, of course. Oh, no, wait, no, let me show you this, too. This is anecdotal.
Yeah.
This happened with a friend of mine. So I want to be clear. A friend of mine received these ballots and all of the personal identification. When they moved here, you can bring this all the way up there. Token ballots, a voter registration card for his dad, who not only hasn't lived at the house, but hasn't been alive for several decades.
Oh, okay.
Now I know you'll say, well, what's the big deal? It won't be accepted. Actually, yeah, he can just put in a signature that looks like his dad's signature, and there could be voting twice, which has happened again to the tune of thousands. Where you look at Georgia, Pennsylvania. So this is something that happened with and I expect. I've received some mail for the previous resident at my house that at the very least is a gross violation of privacy where I could have screwed with their lives. But I don't know if I've gotten any voter cards yet, but I'll check with my wife. Because she checks the mail because one time I found a spider.
Like a wide swath
Steven's
around
not
that
the
mailbox.
spider-killing husband. Okay, I don't know if anybody
I reached in, and there was a spider that went, and you know they're always when they're going down because it's like it's very predatorial. It's the stuff that nightmares are made of. So my wife checks the mail. She doesn't mind spiders. If we go into a scenario where we know there will be snakes, I handle it. That situation has not arisen yet.
Snake, spider.
Okay, so you traded snakes and spiders.
Snakes and spiders.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
You're a pansy.
It's fair. Wow. It's called an equitable arrangement, Mr. Mom.
It's true. It's very true.
And that film does not hold up.
No, it does not.
Okay, so let's talk. And then they're talking about taxes on CNN, Donald Trump, which we'll get to in a little bit. But let's continue talking about the voter fraud, because I know I mentioned that people who tell you there is no evidence of mass voter fraud or errors, I want to include both of those, are misinformed or lying. And with our favorite straight CNN host in chief, it's Take Your Guess. Here is Mr. Stelter.
Americans are not hearing Trump lie about voter fraud every day, but his biggest supporters are. They are hearing it all the time. And he's been telling ghost stories about voter fraud all year long. He has used the word rigged dozens of times. The word ballots hundreds of times. He did it again just 1 hour ago.
You son of a bitch. How can he's using the word ballots? We have hundreds of times. Listen, we have a president with no respect for American cultural. And do you want a commander-in-chief who says the word ballot?
It's an election year. Of course he's going to use the word ballot.
And he did it 1 hour ago.
Also, check. Oh my gosh. He used the word vote 4,452 times.
And then black people should be free to vote unhindered. Oh,
and
gosh, that's actually good.
I don't want to pay any more nuisance money. My God, it's the nuisance money. Sweetheart, if you're watching, my wife, make sure I don't pay any nuisance money.
My actual woman wife.
Okay, let's go through a couple of things here. There's a big difference between absentee and what we're talking about with mail-in voting. This year, this election, there will be 44.2 million people who get unsolicited ballots, meaning people who will get ballots who did not request them. That is very different from absentee ballots in most states. And it varies from state to state, but this is now a blanket rule. And of course, you have different states now who are extending the deadlines past the elections for the processing. My solution is really simple at this point. Hey, all right, you want to do mail-in voting? Fine. If it can't be counted and processed by election, we're done. That's it.
Yeah.
You have time now.
Just do it.
Just got it in.
Vote. You should know. If you are too incompetent to fill out a return envelope that is already basically, I think it's pre-stamped, if I'm not mistaken. I have no idea.
Well,
I don't know the last time I bought a stamp. It was at a furniture store.
I think you have to stamp them.
And from what I understand, it has to be postmarked by midnight on election day. That's in most states. That's an insane system.
This
so
is
just going to wait
a very long election stream.
Right.
For us.
Yeah, it's like 2.5 weeks long.
I have no interest in doing that.
Can we get a live camera on the stamper right there?
Yeah.
We'll give you almost the results.
So 44.2 million. Now let's go to states here, examples of active fraud. Okay, that has occurred. And then we'll get to the errors. So active fraud. Let's go to the wonderful state of Pennsylvania, swing state. A mail sorter, this is the one you've heard about recently, threw Trump ballots in the trash. There were 9 military ballots that were found. They were just discarded in Pennsylvania. 7 of them were for Trump. 2 were unknown. This is just what we found. Do you have any idea how easy it would be to do that? Do you have any idea how incompetent the Postal Service is? They've posted losses for 13 years. You're complaining about Donald Trump writing off losses as a business owner? Your taxpayers fund a business that would do better if they didn't use the wheel.
They set out several logs and just roll the trucks.
Right.
Yeah,
It's an
yeah.
old Egyptian system.
Just use email. I
There's
mean,
just some guy with a beard in Rapids with a log. All
Joe,
these
get your mail
letters
there.
to Santa Claus.
I'd pay to see that.
All right, Texas. Let's go to the wonderful state of Texas that the polls are now saying are a toss-up state. In
Whatever.
case you wondered if the polls were designed to manipulate public opinion rather than reflect them. Texas Attorney General there has brought 134 felony charges.
Wow.
134 over widespread
That's not widespread.
voter fraud.
Can't
No,
be.
you know,
No.
there are no examples.
None,
That's a
zero,
myth.
except
Yeah.
for those 134.
I'd hate to make a claim that would force me to pay nuisance money. Georgia, the good old state of Georgia, some would say significant in the election.
Yeah. No.
Secretary of State Brad, I want to make sure I'm not getting this wrong, Brad Raffensperger. At what point,
Hey, that's
at
pretty
some
close.
point you go with a Hollywood name, just
Yeah.
like Brad Cruz,
Yeah,
You do.
pretty close.
Brad Steele.
Rafton.
You know, pick the first street you
Raffensperger.
lived on. 1,000 residents voted twice in the state's June 9th primary.
Oh.
1,000 some residents.
Vote early,
Yeah.
vote often.
That's a lot of
No
votes.
examples. New Jersey. This is one I love. A judge even ruled and ordered a new election because a sitting city councilman was charged with fraud. Over 800
come on.
ballots could not be counted because there was active fraud from someone who was
Dude.
already in government. Which is always remarkable to me, by the way, when people talk, you know, think about the Rock Against Bush, you think about the Rage Against the Machine.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
all of a sudden, these people who rage against the machine, their rebels, are encouraging trusting the
Yeah.
government, already elected officials, and a giant government bureaucracy in the Postal Service with your vote. Is there anything less rebellious than rocking the mail-in vote for Pelosi?
Wow.
Think about that for a second.
Yeah,
Is it, well,
exactly.
you know what? Maybe voting for Joseph Biden.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, we're going to destroy the system by voting for the guy who has done nothing but work in the system for 50 years, has hair plugs, and doesn't know where he is half the time.
180 years. That's from the
180.
source.
See my Che shirt for reference.
Man.
By the way, hit the notification bell if you are watching this because subscriptions don't mean a whole lot
They
on
don't.
YouTube. And if you hit the notification, you get notified on your mobile. And of course, our audio podcast is available on Spotify, Apple, and Android. Before we move on to the actual widespread, although I would think that the many
where's the
thousands that we
line?
just listed,
Yeah.
the many millions of examples of widespread voter processing errors. It seemed like you guys had something you wanted to
exactly.
say?
So in MIT, this far right-leaning institution, right?
Yeah.
MIT actually came out with a study about the 2008 election race. 3.9 million ballots that were requested or mailed out never arrived. 2.9 million.
That's a good record for the Postal Service.
Yeah, exactly. 2.9 million for whatever reason were never returned. So let's just say they just decided not to vote. But 800,000 people's ballots were invalidated either for being late, for not being filled out correctly, for not having a signature. I think stamps are an issue sometimes. That is massive. If you're talking about wanting everybody's vote to count, having them do it by mail is the absolute worst possible way on the, and we've known this for decades. That's why we don't do it in mass. Some people have done it and they've worked with private industry for years
If you
to
want
figure out a
mail-in
system.
voting to work, have it done by FedEx.
Yeah, and this is why the death rates and this is why the numbers matter for coronavirus, because this is all done on the pretense that this is all in response to some crazy epidemic that just is killing everybody who walks out of their house. But it's just not the case. And then that's why they're trying to push the mail-in voting thing.
Right, and it's the dumbest thing ever. You brought it up. It typically impacts people who are voting Democrat more than Republican. Like if you're like, hey, what is the worst thing
on the E-delay because they might be listening late.
Oh, I think it's to 8-lay.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't understand
It's never
this.
too late to screw with Democrats. I think it was 4 million people requested or are getting mail-in ballots or said they would vote by mail. I'm not exactly sure how it works because you don't have to request them now.
Yeah.
And I was surprised because a lot of Republicans were getting nervous saying, oh, well, 2.4 million, I believe, are coming from Democrats and 1.6 million from Republicans. Well, hold on, considering how often Republicans talk about voting in person, how important it is to them, I was surprised that it wasn't 0.0 million Republicans.
Right.
So 1.6
Exactly,
is not that bad. And voter registration is up in Donald Trump's key demographics and down in the ones that are key Democrat demographics. And it's interesting that you see now the pivot. We're like, you should vote by mail in person, as if you can vote early, just in person.
Get out there, you know.
In person.
Just do it early and wear your mask.
Yeah, it's your patriotic duty to brave the coronavirus now. That's going to be the pivot. Like, this is too important to stay home.
This is too
You've got to go
important
out.
to
Do
stay
your
home.
part.
It is your duty. I know my duty. I've been in the Senate for 180 years.
workers.
But I would give him the benefit of the doubt if he wasn't crazy.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of like when an old person says something absolutely racist.
Yeah.
You're like, well, hold on a second. I'm not sure if that was a joke because they're 95, and it didn't really have a punchline.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if he was joking
bad.
saying he'd been in government in 180 years because there was no setup punchline. He just continued like nothing had happened.
And it wasn't funny.
And there was no intent there.
Yeah.
Old people say racist things typically because they're often racist.
Yeah, and I think maybe that's the brilliance of Joe Biden. We just don't know anymore. We can't really tell if he's joking,
it's all
if he
this
screwed up, if the
analogous-
prompter was wrong,
I like
if
it.
like he just forgot where he was. We
He's
have no
the
idea.
Tony Clifton of presidential candidates.
It's 4D chess.
I'm so
It is 4D
ashamed
chess,
that
yes.
my country has come to this. All right, let's go to the mail-in now. Those were the examples of outright fraud.
Right.
Okay, so I want you to send this. If anyone says there are no examples, well, we just listed 4 or 5. Now let's go to the mail-in process not working. And it shouldn't be surprising.
Yeah.
Right. If you understand that the mail-in is run by government.
Well, that.
Although we hate the police, right? We want to defund the police because we believe that unions, we believe that police unions protect bad cops. Well, let me ask you this. What do you think happens to bad postal workers? Have you ever tried to fire one? It's not possible.
They just keep coming back.
I had a friend who said there's no way. You just put them in a break room forever until retirement.
Yeah, it's like teachers. Same thing.
It's just a life of nothing but backgammon and tuna fish sandwiches. And they get it's almost the UAW level of non-workers for retirees.
Jeez.
All right, so the mail-in process. Let's go to California, the sunny state of California. More than 100,000 ballots were rejected in an election.
Whoops.
Now, recently, I think this was last election or a primary. I don't have the exact year in front of me. And here's the thing. Yeah, I want to be clear. Most of them were because people missed the deadline. But that's not the issue here because we don't know if there's a deadline. It depends on.
Well, there is.
Depends when the cutoff. It depends how the votes are coming in and which county. So in Michigan, the deadline is going to be once Wayne County, Detroit comes in, and we
done.
No more Western Michigan or Northern Michigan. With California, once San Francisco, that's the only deadline we care about. Then cut it off.
Yeah.
What about Temecula? I don't give a shit about Temecula. It's San Francisco is the deadline, folks. So a lot of them missed the deadline. But 27,000 in California were rejected because the signatures didn't match the voter or just didn't have any signature at all.
Yeah.
Think about that for a second. Didn't match the voter.
But nobody's doing
Didn't
this
even
on
try.
purpose.
I mean, has anyone here ever forged their own like sick notes from their parents or doctors when you were a kid and you missed school? I don't know if they're going to do Oppo research on me and like claim that's a felony. Listen,
It's on his permanent record.
I signed myself an absentee slip as my dad or Dr. Glomwa. It's not. I mean, I didn't I didn't beat up a cop.
Right?
Any defeat
Didn't run a car with a dead body already in it.
All right, New York. 6 weeks after the election, this recent one, the 2 congressional seats, they still hadn't been decided. So that's an interesting one. Then here's something else in New York. There could be 250,000 voters in New York who could just be illegal or using false social security numbers because of the recent law that they voted in to get a driver's license where you can use foreign documentation. Foreign documentation for a driver's license. You remember this? When I went to the DMV here, I had 2 pieces of picture ID, my birth certificate, but they used to tell you, tear up your social security number. So I brought in my tax returns, and they said, well, we can't accept it. And I said, well, that's your tax ID number. I said, it's you called it that. You called it. It's clearly just put it in the machine there that says social security number and put in the number that is the exact same amount of numbers as a social security number. Like, don't you have the ability to just pop in my social security number and see if it's me? And they said, we can't do that here at the DMV. Would you like us to handle your elections?
Check the box if you're satisfied.
I had to have someone who works here go and bring me. My wife managed to find my social security number. I think it was hidden in a gun safe.
Yeah. Well, what about this? What if we had 250,000? What if we said 250,000 Russians are going to be able to vote in New York? Are you guys cool with that? I mean, you think You think the election interference sparked 250,000 votes for Donald Trump? Let's just say that across the nation. Carry that out into Texas, into California. We know Texas is somewhere just under 100,000.
Right.
In California, there are claims of 400,000 roughly. Right? I can't substantiate it because it's just a claim of 400,000 people that have the ability to vote that are not residents of the United States.
Yeah.
Period.
And again, the margin of victory in Florida was what, 537 for Bush over Gore.
Yeah, and I think
that decided the election, or at least it was a huge part of it.
I think in some of the swing states too, it's a very close margin of victory. I think it was like 80,000 combined votes that he won by in a couple of swing states that basically determined the election. So where's the line for mass? They're like, oh, there's no widespread voter fraud. Where's your line?
Yeah, what
does it take? Millions?
I draw the line, intent matters here.
Yeah.
So I draw the line at intentionally 5. But now that we have over 500,000, intention sort of goes out the window. Incompetence takes over, which is, also the same reason I have a problem with Joe Biden becoming president. I want to be clear. There's intent and there's incompetence. There's intent, voter fraud. We have those examples. And then there's incompetence, which is pretty much any government.
Yeah. Well, what about throwing them away? Just the guy, you talked about it, 7 of those votes. That's only 7. And Jake Tapper and CNN came on and said this was clearly a mistake, an administrative mistake. How? A person that was hired threw them in the trash. How is that a glitch in the system? Like, what the hell kind of argument is that? Somebody knowingly threw votes away for Donald Trump.
It became a hobo's heroin vomit sock.
Yes. Jeez, are you serious?
Loud.
It's not an administrative mistake, okay?
It's just some homeless guy who has no arms or legs on a skateboard with his nubs who's using it to blow his nose. Hey, that's how we found it. He's like, can you blow my nose? I can't reach. I'm like, these are ballots. Really?
Yeah, I've used them before. They work great.
Wow. That's very absorbent.
I love the paperweight.
Aloe.
And like you said, the numbers really matter, and we are going to be, of course, in Michigan on October 2nd. That's Friday at noon, the rally in Lansing, for the senior death toll. We are going to be talking about the policy proactively that has led to the deaths of many, many seniors in Michigan and how you've been misled, and we have some exclusive information that we're still waiting on right now, but it takes a while because freedom of information requests from the government, sometimes they take a long time. Also, when you have a little authoritarian governor who doesn't think she has to honor those requests during a pandemic, well, then she just doesn't.
You can this.
You know how it is.
Yeah.
It's not a good thing.
Then we also have Virginia, final state here, 1,000-some voters received 2 mail-in ballots. Now, I don't know if they actually voted twice like the other ones that we can, just they received 2.
They could have.
So your guess is as good as mine. But we have a problem with Donald Trump joking about vote twice. We don't have a problem with 1,000 people actually being able to vote twice. Think, if you were to measure the sort of the price tag on the vote, okay, let's say this is a little mental exercise. And you know what? Bloomberg did put a price tag on it. He did. It's the felony fines. I don't know what the average is, but I assume it's a few $100s. If you were to put a price tag, would you say it's more than $10,000 over 3,000 ads, which is the entirety of the Russian the Russian interference in the last election?
Yeah, exactly.
We're not even getting to the billions of dollars of manipulated search results from big tech, Google, Alphabet, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook. Just how many votes? What is a vote worth?
Exactly.
How much do you think, if they would never be caught, how much do you think a politician would pay for a vote to guarantee them an election? And particularly in a swing state like Pennsylvania. What, $3?
Yeah.
Because if it's $3, if it's $4, if it's $10, it's more than all of Putin's minions combined from the KGB running clickbait ads on Facebook. So I just want to be clear when we talk about interference in our election. This is the problem, the same problem that we have with the media is not the lies that you see proactively, but the lies by omission. That's why I don't have a problem with Maddow. People say, well, why do you talk about Maddow? Why don't you talk about Maddow? I don't care about Maddow. Listen, you know what you're getting from an MSNBC lesbian who looks like a 12-year-old boy. You know exactly what you're getting. I don't say, listen, she goes and gets the Princeton to the barber shop. She goes and says, give me the Princeton that used to be the number 3. So my point is, you know what you're getting. When you have Brian Stelter, who every day goes out there, well, every time he does a show, it's once a week, it's working. So he goes out and he says, this is the importance of the media when you have Donald Trump trashing the media. Yeah, listen, the only institution that Americans trust less than they did for you is the media, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. You said that none of these examples exist.
Yeah, and you call Donald Trump a liar every time he brings up the fact that this could lead to widespread voter fraud. If you want your vote counted, don't do it. Like every single time you're like, there's no evidence of this, sir. Every time he just goes and lies and he said ballots again.
Over 100 times.
He said it. He said ballots.
It's like his word of the day. Yeah.
Well, Stelter, he only has time for one show a week because the rest of the week he's having straight sex with his female wife.
Yeah. Also, I shouldn't say this on air, but I have many bitches on the side. Sorry, sweetie, you had to find out that way. I have a voracious straight sex appetite.
Female.
He got a therapy.
Oh my gosh.
The only thing that gets me more excited than another woman is maybe a kangaroo because they have 3 vaginas. Oh,
what?
3 is
What
better than
fact?
3 is better than none.
Tactical choice.
I don't understand this. Wait, do they actually?
Dave Landau was telling me about
not
that.
true.
They have
Can't be
3.
true.
I didn't watch that episode
I have
of Magic
no
School
idea.
Bus.
I cannot verify this. All the other sources,
Dave.
all the other sources that I provided for you, I'll vouch for. I don't know about the kangaroos, or to be honest, Mr. Stelter's daily sexual.
You're right.
goals.
Sure, I have no
Can't
idea.
speculation.
But really quickly, I do want to let you guys know not only doing the Michigan stream, but we are doing, of course, the live debate stream tomorrow night,
gosh.
Tuesday, I believe. When does it start there, Token? Do we know if it starts at 8:30 Eastern?
When does it
8:30 Eastern.
8:30 Eastern, and we're actually going to have Ted Cruz on the stream
right.
for a
Wow.
pre-show interview with our predictions for the stream. Senator Ted Cruz, looking forward to that. And as well, I need to talk about our wonderful sponsor. Even Brendan come in here and model for Black Rifle Coffee. Delicious coffee. I had some this morning. You can go to blackriflecoffee.com/Crowder and get 20% off your first order. Model it. There you go. Oh, he's just
Two
his
bags.
jeans. Wow. Turn toward the
Yeah.
camera. It's that camera right
over
there.
there we go.
How do you like? Which one's your favorite there, even Brendan? Yeah.
So-
yeah. Why? What do you like about it? Get out of here.
Do you like how
That's
smooth it is?
He has no idea.
Silence.
What we're talking about.
Silence.
I can tell that person's not caffeinated.
He's just lucky he's
this
not
morning.
getting shot.
And we do have an interview, by the way, with Doug Knaple. That's
We do,
going to
yeah.
be coming up, I believe, next week. I just want to let you know because his Kickstarter,
That's
he's
right.
obviously the author and creator of Earthworm Jim.
That's
It's his
right.
new
Okay.
graphic novel
Yeah.
out.
So that's
He's
the
got
first
Bigfoot
one.
Bill over there.
That's the first one.
Yeah, this is Bigfoot Bill.
Yeah.
This was his most recent one. But yeah, Earthworm Jim 2
Earthworm
has
Jim
3
number
days,
2.
3 days left on the campaign.
On the
so-
campaign
Oh, wow. Okay.
Kickstarter. So we had to pre-tape an interview with him because of the travel to Michigan, but we couldn't get it up before his Kickstarter was finished. We are going to get to John Oliver here now,
no.
and
Really?
some of his
Do we have to?
Son of a gun.
ACB comments. Don't you love that people?
But before you go, I don't know if we said that if you go to blackriflecoffee.com/Crowder, 20% off the first order. Did you
That
say
was the first thing I said.
I'm the worst.
That was.
I'm so
I
sorry.
mean, it doesn't hurt
that
to
was
say
like
it again.
the
You know,
my
a
level
reminder.
of bad.
Listen, it's one of those things.
It's
Like if you
good
drink
coffee.
coffee, just drink the better coffee. It's
Yeah.
fresh roasted. It's better than the coffee you're drinking. You're chock full of crap.
Oh.
Your Maxwell poop.
You
Ouch.
get 'em.
Ah,
Get 'em.
I'm there.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I interrupted.
It's
your
better
point.
than that. It's chock. Chock full of nuts wishes they could be chock full of Black Rifle coffee.
Oh, they
Chock
do.
full of coffee.
They
Wishes
Might
they
as
could
well.
be chock- No, but it's better and it's veteran. You don't
Put
care about
nuts
it
in
being.
my
A
coffee.
lot of you don't care if it's veteran-owned, operated with some profits going to
Keep up the momentum,
veterans'
friend.
causes. It's just better coffee. Listen, that's the only.
Yeah.
It's better coffee. Sometimes people say, like, why do you have limited sponsorship? Because most sponsors suck. Do you have
Yeah,
any
they
idea
do.
how many
Honestly.
supplement companies reach out to me? Like, will you advertise this? I'm like, well, let me see. Is it NSF certified? Like, do I know that what's in there is like, oh, we don't want to pay for that. Well, I don't want to use that on my show.
Why not?
All right, we'll go find some ass model on Instagram.
They're cheap.
They are cheap.
They're everywhere.
And worth every penny.
No.
Okay. So John Oliver right now is, I don't want to say making the rounds. It's tough for me to debunk John Oliver like we used to do rebuttals because the arguments are really thin.
There's not a lot of there.
Actually, before we get to John Oliver, you wanted to talk about Donald Trump's
Yeah,
taxes.
so
let me
I
be
know
clear.
you don't.
I don't give a rat's ass about this because
Yeah.
it was like Geraldo Rivera opening Capone's tomb.
For sure.
Like,
Exactly.
oh my gosh, you mean a business owner lost money for
no.
oh, what a freaking nightmare.
I know. Well, I hate that it's going around like it's some bombshell story. I'm like, you guys have really lost all perspective on what a bombshell story is. Just quickly, people.
Also,
look,
not bombshell stories are when actual bombshells
Yeah.
go off.
exactly. That's not the same. How much capital did most people risk last year when they got it?
Well, hold on, let's be clear about this because people are making the argument. They're saying that, oh, Donald Trump paid less in taxes. I saw this tweet. Donald Trump paid less in taxes than some kid working at McDonald's for 40 hours. How much did that kid invest in R&D?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, it was in 2016 that Hillary Clinton said Donald Trump doesn't want you to see his tax returns because that'll show that he hasn't paid anything in tax. And then he's like, well, that makes me smart.
Right.
I'm a
Everybody knew
businessman.
that.
I don't know if you know
so
this.
it's a breaking news story that somebody paid the legal amount of taxes that they owed, right?
Right.
They use the
Yeah.
tax system that is there. And also, by the way, I don't know if you guys know this, but Joe Biden uses the exact same scheme. He has an S-Corp that basically prevents him from having to pay Medicare and Social Security and saves him $500,000.
Not
That
a
is
year.
verifiable. In a year.
In a year?
For
How
the
does that
business
happen?
profits
With
that
his
they had
salary?
run, the
Oh.
business profits that they had run
that's
through
right.
an S-Corp.
I always forget that politicians also make business money.
on the side.
And there are no insider trading laws.
Exactly. So, and Joe Biden actually came out and said that this was a loophole. It should be closed. It's like, oh, by the way, and I'm using it until it is.
Right.
Like, why is somebody going out and using the tax code an illegal thing now? And it's something that we should all
I think every American
I don't want to get into using the tax. I think the tax code should be simplified. My issue is they're banking on dumb Americans who don't understand what it is to run a business. Do you have any idea how many years I made nothing? Now, that doesn't mean that there wasn't hundreds of thousands of dollars that you had to that you had to pay out to create websites, to build a studio. People don't understand that.
Yeah.
So just revenue coming in doesn't mean net profit. That happens all the time. Let me ask you this. For someone who says, oh my gosh, I can't believe that a business owner would pay less than I do. How many of you have ever paid out 6 or 7 figures to employees annually? Okay, how many of you have ever had to do that? And if you haven't, then you may not have a firm grasp as to what a business owner has to do with their taxes. How many years have you had how many years have you had to borrow money just to invest in inventory so that you could maintain the business for the next quarter? Do you realize that that's a huge percentage of American businesses? They have to borrow money just to acquire inventory.
Big risk. Absolutely. And then you have to pay taxes in most states on that inventory before it sells. Can you imagine that? You have to pay taxes on something you haven't even sold yet that is just part of stuff that they take from you. And by the way, those years that you didn't make money,
selling my vote.
They shouldn't tax that. That should be tax-free.
The tax man always gets the better end. He's always there with his hand out.
Well, it just shows me that people have no understanding of how the tax system is designed, and it's not necessarily a bad thing because I am incentivized to go out and risk my capital to get a job created that pays you.
Well,
that's
my
the
issue
thing.
is there are a lot of people who don't. The media does. They're hoping that you don't, and so they lie about it. So it's very clear. It's a non-issue for anyone who has ever run a business or understands someone who has run a business. Even if you're, for example, a career politician who uses your hot tips to create an immensely profitable business at the expense of the taxpayer. So the point is, it's been all right. John Oliver did a recent video here, or segment. I don't know what you call it. Is it a show anymore at this point?
I don't think so. Are there paid people to laugh at it still?
And people have been getting mad about Notorious ACB shirts.
I love it.
Sold.
I love it.
Hey, you stole that from Notorious RBG. Did she coin it?
It was stupid then and stupid now.
Really? Hold on a second. Notorious RBG was the original Biggie?
Before Biggie was Biggie.
My gosh, that's like Amy Schumer getting mad that someone stole her bit she stole from Ellen DeGeneres.
Yeah. How dare you steal something I stole? Oh my gosh. I love it. I think anything that pisses Democrats off is really fun for me right now.
All right, so John Oliver has been responding to the nomination from Notorious ACB. You know what? I don't even like the nickname, but I like that you hate it.
Gotta do it.
And he tried to make these arguments that there are 2 situations, there are 2 factors here that make this nomination just completely unfair. And this is an example with John Oliver, and I do think John Oliver can be very funny, an example of John Oliver saying things that are exactly the things that I have been saying, only I guess he doesn't understand them. Because he says something, I go, well, yeah, exactly, and then he thinks that makes his case. If you just let him say that phrase and didn't let him follow up to justify his case, you would immediately become a conservative. So let me give you an example of that. The first, he says that this is unfair and his claim that Mitch McConnell is determined to confirm judges, and he goes to an example of this is just so you know, this is the most substantial point that I could find in the video as to why it would be unfair to nominate ACB.
And McConnell's willingness to go to the mat for judicial appointments was perhaps never more obvious than during the Kavanaugh hearings, because immediately after Christine Blasey Ford's gut-wrenching testimony, McConnell apparently had this conversation with the president.
Both of them were kind of testing each other a little bit. Where are you at on this? You know, how strong are you? And McConnell basically says to the president, you don't worry about me. I'm strong as mule piss. That's his quote. I'm strong as a mule piss.
I love that quote.
In other words, he's not going to let up. He's not going to give up. He's not going to surrender.
Wow. That is extraordinary, because it's easy to forget that after Blasey Ford's testimony, Kavanaugh's confirmation felt a lot less certain. And to react to what she said with, don't worry, I'm strong as mule piss, is both horrendous and deeply weird.
First off, I think it's deeply awesome. I like when a politician speaks straight from the hip. I like when I don't know what you guys do going down to your old Ibbott's Grill in the Beltway Swamp, but here we know a thing or two about moose piss. So
Is it like strong as like the smell of moose piss, like the stream
It's
of
mule
moose?
piss.
I'm sure
It is
not
gotta
moose
be.
piss. Excuse me.
I
I'm
guess
sorry.
they get dehydrated very easily.
That's probably it.
Yeah.
Something about electrolyte imbalance.
It smells very
gotta be
acidic.
But
very
also,
tough.
keep in mind, he also just said, we felt as though Kavanaugh's confirmation was much... We felt... Well, no, that's exactly the point. You were saying after Christine Blasey Ford, we felt, and the good thing is, we found out that it was untrue. For example, many people felt disgusted at the idea of Kavanaugh being a gang rapist. Which was verifiably false. It turned out it was actual collusion to just try and have this guy blocked.
He
So
lies.
his argument there is, can you believe that McConnell was talking about moose piss when this false charade was going on? It's amazing to me.
Yeah.
Like, do you think-
Extraordinary.
do you think people on the left, this is my question, do you think they actually think that Kavanaugh is a gang rapist still?
Of course, I think so.
You think they believe that?
I really do. I think.
Oh, come on.
No, I'm serious. I think that
We
the
can't
people.
paint them all with a brush of
No.
Mongoloid.
But some of them, I would say, the people that were against it are saying, no, he's still a rapist on the court. I think that's they keep referring back to him as though that story is still true. Like we didn't find out this was all false. Like they just paused on that story.
It's remarkable.
Wasn't the Blasey Ford thing that he like grabbed her and then fell asleep?
Something like
I don't
that.
remember the whole
Yeah. Her
detailed
thing was
story.
like he tried to rape her, but he didn't. And then other people were like, this is when it was Me Too. Quite literally was like, Me Too, Me Too. Well, what happened with you? He ran a train on me with guys in Illuminati masks. Like, how many? How far can you count?
Well, he may have passed me a drink at some point.
it was
Maybe,
just-
I don't know.
And the only reason, oh my God, I've started keeping a diary since. The only reason that the guy was not indicted was because he had kept a diary, like Doug, for his entire life, and there was enough evidence of the diary being verified in other instances from outside events and accounts. Who would have thought that he was saved by a diary?
Yeah, exactly. You mean there wasn't a page in there that says ran a train on poor unsuspecting woman tonight while the fun had some beers after? There wasn't like that entry.
And you know what? Typically a serial killer like a Jeffrey, I know people say, well, some of them have kept diaries. First off, I cannot verify that, but I assume they only do it so they can read back their crime with that thrill. They weren't like ate smoked salmon today.
Yeah.
Wasn't as good as last week. Might try a new place Tuesday. You know what I mean? So it was like, I hit a guy's face and I was erect. Like, that's what you get, like, dumber. Whereas Kavanaugh, it was just riddled with like, we had a party today. I met a cheerleader. If I'm lucky, she may let me hold her hand.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, omitted from all of this is gang rape.
Yeah, serial gang rapist.
So I don't know if John Oliver believes it, but if he does, then you can't trust anything he says because he can't be bothered hiring a researcher because COVID takes a toll on everybody.
It does.
And by the way, as far as the precedents, precedent, I think both would apply in this instance. The Senate didn't hold public confirmation hearings for the first 127 years. This is a very new thing. And again, the case could be made that, yeah, you know what? We thought, hey, a public hearing might be until you falsely accused a man of gang rape.
The most, and
It's
again,
like, you get your privileges taken away now. No. You didn't finish your dinner, so you don't get your dessert. No. You don't get any more public hearings when you fabricate stories of gang rape.
Right.
Yeah. The most boring, straight-laced guy in the world, gang rapist.
Yeah, it's like,
because he likes beer.
I feel like they overshot. Yeah.
That's how you know it's not true. And like, hey, are you a gang rapist? No, I am not. Do you drink beer on Tuesdays?
Look, I like beer.
I have a
still like
follow-up.
beer.
What does that mean, Booker? I have no idea.
I like beer. He was a little vocal on that one.
Like, I'm not going to back down from this. I like beer.
But there is a silver lining. Many Democrats have already said that they're going to boycott the hearings and they have no interest in meeting with ACB.
Well, that's their job.
Your wishes are coming.
Okay. Fine.
You don't need to show up.
Yeah.
And especially not if you're going to accuse her of gang rape.
Nice work out there.
What's your relationship like with alcohol?
And by the way, this is something else. Another reason that obviously we don't need to host these public hearings.
Yeah.
She's already been with Barrett. This isn't the case with all nominees. It was 2017. I want to make sure I get that date right. Yeah, 2017 when she was confirmed to the Seventh Circuit, and she went through incredibly lengthy hearings.
Yeah.
For a very, I'm about to be redundant. Incredibly lengthy hearings for a very long period of time.
It was crazy.
They were lengthy. It was take what you would normally think is an average duration, and it was more than that.
It's hugely more.
But lengthy public hearings. So this stuff has already been done, and we'll get to the only arguments they have left for those who are Mug Club members, which are actually hysterical. I didn't know that adopting black children made one a racist.
It really does.
It's a colonizer.
My eyes have been opened now.
You should not do it. I know you've been thinking about it. Don't do it.
It's a bad thing.
And then the only, I don't know, so you are Mexican. We knew.
Whoa.
The only other argument that Oliver really makes, again in a 20-minute video, I encourage you watch all of it, then come back and fact check me. Tell me if I'm being dishonest. It was really hard to find anything substantial. The only other argument that he makes is that America has a problem with deeply undemocratic institutions.
Yeah.
There is a whole system underneath them that has enabled them to do what they have done. And that brings us to the second major factor that got us to where we are now, the deeply undemocratic nature of America's institutions. And that has led some to suggest taking the more dramatic step of expanding the Supreme Court by adding justices. There are some other steps we could take that should be impossible to argue with at this point. Steps that would make both the Senate and White House more representative of the electorate. On the Senate side, you could grant statehood to Washington, D.C. and, if voters there want it, Puerto Rico. We have to get rid of the Electoral College, which might sound radical, but it really isn't. It's not even a new idea.
No! Court packing, adding Puerto Rico and abolishing the Electoral College sounds like the pottery. Sounds like the party of moderates. This is absolute. When people say, "Oh, hold on a second," when you talk, there's common ground. Where are you going to find common ground with a guy who believes that we need to abolish the Electoral College, pack the Supreme Court, and fundamentally change? He hasn't watched Schoolhouse Rock. He doesn't understand the three branches of government. What are the three branches? Can everyone name them? Executive, judicial,
retributive.
What did you say?
I don't know.
But the point is, the presidency and the House, the Senate, these are meant to be more fluid. That's why they change. They haven't been very fluid because the Senate majority has been expanded for, I believe, the last 3 midterms, and that's why she's going to be confirmed. Dip oops. So,
got him.
I'm trying to get
That was good. That was good.
It's about as sharp as his points.
Right. I think I can boil down his Supreme Court nomination argument. We don't like the people that you're putting on the court, and so we're just going to add enough people into our opinion. Well, hold on, but then it goes back. Well, okay, well then let's play by those rules. Well, we don't like what you've done, so we'll just we're going to have 700 people in the Supreme Court at some point because they're just going to keep adding until you get the majority you want.
And just because it's not a new idea doesn't mean it's a good idea. Right. There are lots of old ideas that are very
This is not something
hanging around
that has
for a
been
while.
mainstream in the Republican Party at all. When you talk about people who want to erode trust in institutions, do you realize that if, let's assume libraries were still around, they're not because, they still use Bing. But if you could go to a library, let's say, for some reason, some nuclear holocaust, all of your iPhones, or they just got infected from all the pornography that 16-year-olds are watching now, which just is very disheartening. So you could go to a library and say, hey, I want to check American history.
Yeah.
Let's say, oh, okay, yeah, I would like to know about the Democratic Party in the 21st century and the filibuster. Was it the Democrats who were pro or anti-filibuster? Hold on a second. Depend which year. No, wait, I'm sorry. Which quarter? It's really not even close. We're for it, we're against it, we're for it, we're against it. No mainstream Republican movement has included court packing.
No.
As long as I have been around. This is what happens right now. The same with the Electoral College. Now they're kind of becoming one note and that they just want to do away with it. But they don't understand the fundamental roles of government. You elect a president every 4 years, or re-elect a president. You have elections on senators and members of the House, on the senators and members of the House. The court is a permanent position. Yeah. That's something that it's not meant to change because it's meant to be a check against fluid other forms of government. That is also why this isn't hard to understand. I don't know why Republicans have been making the wrong argument where they're talking about it. Well, it's different because an election year in Merrick Garland. Okay, no. Look, this is really simple. Okay, did Barack Obama nominate a Supreme Court justice? Yes, Merrick Garland. Did the Senate confirm it? No, it was a Republican Senate. Okay. Did Donald Trump nominate a Supreme Court justice? Yes. Can the Senate confirm it? Yes, Republican Senate. It's that simple. They both have authority. Obama uses authority to nominate. The Senate uses authority to reject. Donald Trump is using his authority to nominate. The Senate is going to use their authority to make your life a living hell.
Right. And the people have already spoken on this. That's the argument being used right now. The people need to have the voice in this. They did. In 2016, they voted for a president. In 2018, they kept the majority of the Senate in his party. Right. And that was supposed to be 4 years, and that was supposed to be for them that 2-year period until we have another election. Right. They've already spoken. It's like getting halfway there and going, well, we don't like what you said previously. We want to wait and see if you change your mind in the future.
And Joe Biden said something about like that we have to do this. We have to wait to appoint somebody so that we can preserve the democracy. But the Supreme Court is not a democratic institution.
Well, he also said this never happened before in the history of our country.
Not true at all.
Not true at all.
It happened every time.
Oh. Oh, well.
Which time? All of them. You can go back 180 years, right? Rip Van Winkle, why don't you tell me?
Including in your term as vice president, you moron. It wasn't that long ago.
That's not something I've ever heard of. We know. We know that, Joe. It's happened every time, but it hasn't always been confirmed, especially when it's a split government. When it's not a split government, okay, it happens. It's just remarkable to me when people try and all of a sudden act like they are legal. I'm not a legal scholar. I can just go through the. Oh, okay. Did a president nominate? Yeah, okay. Was it confirmed? No, yeah. Almost all the time.
Yeah, that's exactly what I did. When this happened, I was like, oh, okay, that's a valid argument. Let's see if that's true.
I should just collect another 6-figure paycheck from Oliver or CNN because I could do the fact checking that they refuse to do.
You could be their entire department.
But then I'd have to pay taxes. As a business owner, I leave the bill.
So, and they wouldn't be able to do their shows anymore.
They wouldn't be able to do their shows anymore.
With all the fact checking.
Can we fact check how many times Donald Trump, straight Stelter speaking, how many times Donald Trump used the word ballot? Sure, I can use it, but I'll give you some context. No. Please, no.
I'm good. I'm good.
What are you doing an impression of Xena? No. Is that a gay Xena? Straight.
There is no straight Xena.
I'm confused by your war cry, Mr. Stelter. It really is. It's just remarkable to me that this is what I don't want to say. You know what? I don't know why I'm saying that. It's not remarkable. It's not remarkable at all. It is entirely par for the course.
It is, and everything. I mean, look, if you can convince yourself that Trump is a threat to democracy, then of course you're going to believe every conspiracy theory about how he is going to stay in office until he's 7,500 years old, like Joe Biden, right? You can make yourself believe that everything is a threat. He's not going to leave office peacefully, and that his taxes. The only reason, you know what they're saying? They're saying that $431 million are coming due in the next 4 years, and that's going to leave him open to foreign powers being able to dictate what he does.
Plus, if you want to have a child, he makes you spin yarn into gold. They have a. They're talking about Donald Trump right now. Like, Tax Info raises questions. Let's bring this up on CNN really quickly. Do you have the audio there for CNN?
Since they trashed my place.
Raises questions about whether Trump broke the law. Still haven't seen a story about Hunter Biden receiving millions from the Moscow mayor's wife and using them for sex slaves. I'll tell you what, listen.
That wouldn't show up on his returns.
Maybe Donald Trump, you don't know.
He wrote it off.
I thought a sex slave was a write-off.
For personal wellness.
Come on, business.
Work is stressful. It's stress relief. If I can write off my gym membership, I can write off a haircut. I appear on air. I can't write off a sex slave or two. Prude. So, think about this for a second. Like, has Donald Trump broken the law? Listen, there may be loopholes. You can audit it. You can find something. Right? This is an issue, and Donald Trump is being audited right now, and that's why he said that he hasn't released his tax returns. And it doesn't mean that there's a law about that, but it would be imprudent. I'm sure your lawyer would say, don't release the tax returns to the public until your audit is done. However, we had proof of Hunter Biden with Burisma getting this money, getting this influential position in an energy company for which he had no qualifications because his father abused his position of power. And then we have him getting money directly from the mayor of Moscow's wife and using it for sex slaves. Where's the Chiron, CNN?
Yeah.
Can you give me a lower third? Give me a lower eighth that just reads Hunter Biden's sex slaves. And I understand you'll say, well, the amount is insignificant. But we don't really know the amount. It could, was it the entire 3.5 million where he just took it like, like a gift card to Dave and Buster's and he was just in sex slave heaven? With appetizers and prostitutes? I have no idea. But that's because you're not doing your job.
No.
That's why we don't know. And I would also say that, listen, even if the unpaid amount in taxes because someone was using a loophole or, for example, maybe basing their primary residence in Florida as opposed to New York, despite the fact that they spent like 6 months and 2 days in New York City, I would still say that the most egregious sins on that tax evasion is not as bad as any dollars that go to underage sex slaves.
Right.
Yeah. I would say $1 to sex slaves is $1 too, but that's just me. I'm not afraid to take a risky position. You know what? I'll put myself out there. I know. You know what? I know this isn't going to be popular.
Okay.
I know everyone's going to agree with this.
Yeah.
But I'm anti unsolicited sex slaves.
Are you anti being able to write it off as well?
I am anti sex traffic rings with slaves. I know. Listen.
Wild.
Close the loophole.
I know that it's not popular. Okay. I know that not everyone's going to be cool with it, but that's just me, man. I thrive on confrontation. I am anti-sex slave. And that is why I have an issue with the Biden. So we are going to go to speaking of non-sex slave, scandal-ridden politicians, which really if you have like a Venn diagram, you have non-sex slave riddle politicians, and really it's just another circle of the Bidens, and that's 100%. So it's just separate circles at that point. Okay. Barney Frank, I'm not exactly sure what the basement. I think it was more sex slave role playing. So the point is we're going to talk about another non-sex slave tarred politician with Amy Coney Barrett, who might actually be our next Supreme Court justice. And we'll be reading your chats. YouTube, you know what? I'm through. Again, might not be popular. I'm not a huge fan of YouTube. Piss off.
This can only happen in North Carolina. I hope you hear that back home. Look at all that press. That's a lot of press. That's a lot of fake news. A lot of fake news. Well, I hope they hear. So the chance is a new one. Fill that seat.
Go ahead and hire one of these recruits.
This can only happen to me. Fill that seat. No, it says the president is supposed to fill the seat.
Go ahead and hire one of these
recruits. That's what we're going to do. We're going to fill the seat. I love that chant. We hear more chants. There's a lot of genius in this. You said it better than you can say it. You can read a speech. But what's better than those words? Fill that seat. You know what you do? You come up, you say, fill that seat, you leave, and you say, there have been 29 times a vacancy opened during an election year or prior to an inauguration. 29 times, that's a lot. Every single time, the sitting president made a nomination. That included, you ever hear of George Washington? Did you ever hear of Thomas Jefferson? Or how about the great Abraham Lincoln, who wore the hat with the great hat? I want to try one of those hats. No, think of it.
Minions really
29 times, every single time. Nobody said, oh, let's not fill the seat. We won the election. Now then we have some senators that, well, forget it. Think of it. I won't say it. I won't say it, Susan. I won't say it, Susan. But Tom Tillis is with us, I can tell you that, right?
You're down a minion and up a goal.
Great. We have great Republican senators. We have great people. And we have a great country. We have a great country. And we're going to keep it that way.
Another satisfied.
So we win an election, and those are the consequences. You fill that seat, and that's what we're doing. The Supreme Court was a very central issue in both the 2016 presidential election and then the 2018 midterm elections, where, by the way, I didn't run. We had a lot of people said, oh, he really took a little bit of a shellac, and not nearly as bad as others. In fact, we gained seats in the Senate, but they never talk about that, right? They don't talk about that. We gained 2 seats. Nobody talked about it, but we didn't run. And I had a lot of people that said, sir, we'll never vote in 2018. I said, no, vote. Everybody vote. They just didn't. I think we were
doing
9
great out there.
million people decided they wanted to wait, and they've waited. And you see what's going on. You see what's happening. You see the enthusiasm that we have, which, by the way, we set a record in 2016. The bad news for the Democrats is we are more enthusiastic now. We are getting crowds, and this is pandemic, and we're rounding the corner of the pandemic, okay? But we're having them outside,
work out there.
And we shouldn't
Keep up
say
the
this
pressure.
is some kind of a rally. From now on, it's called a protest. We are protesting. You know, we're gonna call all our rallies that because, you know, if you see a lot of these, let's call them blue states. We want to be nice.
I like how you're handling
We're gonna
this
call
one.
it a protest against stupidity. So we are going to have protest against stupidity. Because, you know, a lot of the people, like in Michigan and other places, we love Michigan, but the governor's got them
Tactical
shut down.
choice.
I hate to say it, your governor's got you shut down. It doesn't look it here, but your governor has got you shut down. I don't know. You're not breaking the law by being here. Otherwise,
Another
PR will have to do something about that. No, there's a hell of a shutdown. I think your governor has to let this state open up. And Pennsylvania, look what they're doing in Pennsylvania. A great state. That's actually something very special is going to happen here in Pennsylvania. That's a Commonwealth. We always have to remember Pennsylvania Commonwealth. Got two of them, and you better remember or you get in trouble.
I think
But
you
we
can
love
win this
Pennsylvania,
thing.
and it's shut down. The governor's got it just shut down, nice and tight. And you know what? On November 4th, it's going to be opened up. Because they're trying to hurt our numbers, but our economic numbers are so good. They're stagnant. They're the best we've ever had. Jobs, retail, stock market, everything. And this has been a lot of shutdowns by Democrats. That's all. One of the teachers' groups said actually one of the unions and one of the politicians in California said, no, we're not going to do it. We need to do it. We should be open by November 4th. That was not a good thing for them. That person, I think, was fired. I think was fired. In both the 2016
Here's a gold for the
and the
Trump.
2018 elections,
That'll
the
do some
American
damage.
people chose a president and a Senate majority, united in their commitment to selecting nominees who believe in applying the Constitution and principles. Both the White House and the Senate majority have a moral duty to fulfill the promises they made to the voters, and that is exactly what we're going to do. We said that if for any reason we have a vacancy on the United States Supreme Court, we will fill that vacancy. We're not going to say, and by the way, we have plenty of time. There's a lot of time. You know, you're talking about January 20th, right? So we will uphold equal justice under the law for citizens of every race, color, religion, and creed. I will be putting forth a nominee next week. It will be a woman. It will be a woman unless, wait, okay, let's do a poll. Oh, there they are. How many of these have you come to? Speaking of women, how many of, what is this, number one? North Carolina. I see them all over the place. They're great. I hope your husbands are okay with you. They're okay. You have good husbands. But we're going to do a vote. So I said, you know, I love these free polls. The pollsters, and, you know, most of the pollsters are corrupt as far as I'm concerned. If we believed in pollsters, we wouldn't be here right now. But we're actually getting very good. We just had a 53 from Rasmussen, which is really good. Considering we won 4 years ago with a lot lower than 53. History has shown that when you're at 53, you can't lose an election. Has anyone ever lost an election with a 53? The answer is yes, when the other side cheats. That could happen. That could happen. That could happen. You saw what happened in Pennsylvania, right? Some state Supreme Court justice just ruled that they can take as long as they want to count the ballots. That means I'll be leading and winning Pennsylvania like we did last time. Yeah, we'll be leading, we'll be winning Pennsylvania. We're going to win it easy. We're going to win your state easily. You know, I just came off the plane with, by the way, our great Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows. Did anybody ever hear of Mark Meadows?
Hey, my favorite commander is back. Ready to get started?
And Deb, what a great, she's doing such a good job. But you know, Mark, just a few months ago, I've been trying to get him for 3 years to leave, and we have a great person running, as you know. Really, I mean, really great. Does everyone know Madison? Yes? You gonna vote for Madison? He's great. He's a great guy. But Mark had a beautiful head of black hair, and I just noticed that hair's turning white very fast. But we're doing a job. You know, we're very close to a great deal with TikTok. But nobody cares about that anymore. All they care
Don't
about
tell
is
the others.
fill
I'm
that
rooting
seat,
for
right?
you.
That's all I can. Until about 24 hours ago, that's all they talked about is TikTok. We have a deal worked out, I think, with Walmart is going to buy it, along with Oracle.
Welcome back.
Larry
How's
Ellison.
it going out there?
It's going to be an incredible combination. And I said, you know, do me a favor, could you put up $5 billion into a fund for education so we can educate people as to real history of our country, the real history, not the fake history. Because we're getting very close to that deal, and all of the technology will be maintained here. They're going to move probably to the great state of Texas. Sorry, we got you a lot of
You're
business.
doing great out there.
But they're going to move into the United States, which is what's important. They're going to move it to the United States. Unbelievable. They're going to have 25,000 jobs. It all goes. I gave them the preliminary approval. But they're putting up $5 million. And my only problem is they did it so fast, I should have asked for more. You know what happened?
Battle. Pick yourself back
Because
up
when I
and turn it
suggested
around.
they should put up
It's
a lot
not
of
the
money,
strongest,
everybody said,
but it'll fight hard.
senators, congressmen, women, everybody. They said, you can't do that. That's never been done. That's the problem. Nothing's ever been done. And we had other companies. A lot of people wanted it. And I said, you got to put up $5 billion either to the Treasury of the United States maybe or into some education fund or do something. And they were sort of agreeing with me. They thought it was okay. And then I went to the legals here, and I said, they're going to put up $5 million, give it to the
I
United
think
States.
you can win this
Sir,
thing.
you can't do that. There's no provision. I said, how the hell can there be no provision? We're making the deal possible. Why can't they give us $5 million? Now watch the crazy Democrats. They'll go, they should have got more money. It's never been done before. They should have, no matter what you do, they should have.
Your minions really pulled their
Nancy
weight.
Pelosi, crazy Nancy. But I'll tell you, and I said it last night, we had a great rally last night. You saw that, right? In a place that we're going to win. We're going to win. Minnesota hasn't been won since 1972. And they're all saying, well, we did give them back the big iron ore range. It was Obama took it away with the stroke of a pen. He put everybody out of work. We gave it back. But I'll tell you what, we're going to have a victory on November 3rd, the likes of which you've never seen. Now we're counting on the federal court
Keep
system
up the momentum,
to
friend.
make it so that we can actually have an evening where we know who wins, okay? Not where the votes are going to be counted a week later or 2 weeks later. But in just 3.5 years under my administration, we secured American borders. We built the awesome power of the U.S. military. Think of that.
Any defeat that doesn't destroy you makes you strong.
And I shouldn't say this, and the fake news keeps going, oh, he's giving away classified information. No, I'm not. We are building, and we have built weapons, the likes of which this world has never seen before. And I said that a week ago.
Fight of the night was Kaikar, France, and Roval. And then the performance of the nights went to Blachowicz and Adesanya. Those guys all won $50,000, so congratulations to them.
I was going to ask you about Adesanya. Clearly a performance of the night. Worthy, man, what did you think about him in there tonight?
Well, so much for fight of the year, but domination of the year. I mean, it was weird because, I mean, if you look at every other fight that Costa has had, he comes out and goes after people like they owe money, and I think he landed one jab in this fight. Didn't try to clinch in the fence, didn't try to put pressure, kept going back to the center of the octagon. Very weird.
Yeah, it wasn't weird. I mean, do you think he was in his head? I mean, was it just the antics that slowed everything down? What happened?
You're gonna have to ask him that question. I have no idea. But you know, no matter what it was, Adesanya put on a clinic. I mean, the first 3 calf kicks busted up his leg. Then he hit him right on the side of the knee. Had a huge welt on the side of the knee. Then the shin to the eye, and just absolutely dismantled him and easily won the fight.
Yeah. He said he likes the idea of Jared Cannonier next if he wins. Does that sound like a good fight to you?
Yeah, I mean, that's the fight if Cannonier wins.
And
I love that about Israel. You know, he's ready for who's next. Who else thinks they can beat me? It's just, the kid is an absolute stud. Tonight, congratulations to, you know, him and Costa. They broke a bunch of records tonight, man. It's unbelievable. Their stare down, when we went live, their stare down was the biggest stare down ever, most viewed ever in UFC history. It beat Khabib and Conor by 1.5 million when the show started. I don't know what it's at now.
That's crazy. He was chatting you up afterwards. Was that really just about weight cutting the whole time? Was that?
Yeah, you know, 2 of his guys, you know, so yeah, he was all fired up about that. Listen, he's not wrong, you know, but that's not our place. That's the commission that handles that. But he's not wrong. Take 80 or 90% of anybody's money, they're going to show up. They're going to show up the right way.
Yeah. You got a new light heavyweight champion as well. What did you think about Jan Blachowicz' performance tonight?
He looked awesome, man. He looked unbelievable. It was like he had a laser on that kick to the body, man. That thing kept landing right in the same place and was ripping Reyes apart. And I believe that was a huge factor in the fight.
Question. Immediately he calls out John Jones, basically. Can you tell us what is going on with John? I mean, would he come back down as heavyweight? What's up with him?
Listen, you guys know as much as I know about John Jones. But yeah, I like that he wants to fight John. You know, he could have called out whoever the next contender is and whatever. The fact that, you know, these guys respect Jones enough, and the fact that, you know, they want to be the guy who beats the guy, I love it.
Yeah. Got to ask you about Diego Sanchez. You know, he told us coming into this fight that he's got 4 fights left on his deal. He wants to fight out that contract. I know you got a ton of respect for Diego Sanchez and everything he's done. Are you comfortable with him fighting out 4 fights?
I love Diego Sanchez. And I don't know. I don't know. It's something I got to think about, and it's obviously something that I got to talk to the guys about back when we get home in the office and see what everybody thinks. I want to do what's, you know, I got these guys now. You got Diego Sanchez, who fights his heart out every time he fights. He was part of Tough One. Everybody knows how I feel about those guys. And he's just a great person. Then you got Cowboy, who you can say all the same things about. And, you know, as these guys start to get older and start racking up some losses, it's tough to, you know. But Diego's like, I want to say, I don't know for sure off the top of my head, but he's like 3 out of his last 5 or something like that. But, yeah, it's tough. It's the not fun part of this job.
For sure. A couple quick ones outside tonight. Conor McGregor made waves over the last 24 hours or so, talking about this. Well, first of all, sharing direct messages from you. Did that upset you that he kind of shared private conversations?
Listen, I've had people blowing me up left and right. I mean, everybody here knows. I mean, even the ladies. This is some man code stuff. You know, it's just something you don't do. It's one of the dirtiest things you can do, which, by the way, you know, because we were just talking about Diego Sanchez, you know, and Diego Sanchez is in there in a private conversation that I was having with Conor. When you're the number 2 or 3 ranked guy in the world, and you're telling me that you want to fight, but you want to fight unranked 39-year-old Diego Sanchez in a main event in Los Angeles, you know.
Yeah, fair enough. How valid is this Pacquiao thing, though? Can you comment on that? I mean, is this a real thing that could happen?
I have no idea.
No idea?
Yeah. Listen, you guys have been asking me about Conor McGregor forever. Did you see Conor McGregor's tweet?
Which one? Well,
the retirement tweet?
Oh, yes.
I'm retired.
Yep.
Birthday cake. I'm retired.
You're doing great out there.
Fair enough. Last one for me. There was a report that came out tonight. Hamzat Chimaev, obviously everybody's excited about Hamzat. That said either Wonder Boy or Leon Edwards for December 19th. Can you give us any information on?
Where'd that come from?
Brazilian outlet, I believe.
Yeah, they do that all the time. The Leon Edwards is not true, but we've offered it to Wonder Boy. Wonder Boy wants to fight Leon Edwards, so we'll see how this plays out. That's completely not true. Leon Edwards is not
nice work
lined up to fight Hamzat. We were looking at Wonder Boy. Wonder Boy wants Leon, so we're nowhere on that thing. For anybody to report it, it's total fucking bullshit and typical MMA fucking silliness.
Dana, when you see Paulo Costa in the first round taunting and doing all this goofy stuff, that's all well and good to entertain people, but he's not winning the round. Do you sit there and get frustrated at a guy who's letting his opponent start to get a lead on him?
Yeah, it doesn't frustrate me. It's just, I mean, you guys know enough about the sport that if he fought the way he fights, look at the way he went after Yoel Romero, one of the most dangerous guys ever. And then he stays away. He stays on the outside, taking damage to that front leg. Then he when he does rush in and get him up against the cage, he backs out to the center of the cage again. Just never tried to get in the clinch. I think he only landed a jab. Didn't really throw any punches at all, only threw kicks. It was very weird. I just sat there going, holy shit. And then obviously, Adesanya just went to work, picked him apart, piece by piece, made it look real easy.
You mentioned the records this fight set in terms of numbers leading up to it. Obviously, the fight itself was super anticipated. You promoted it as one of the greatest fights of the year, potentially. But is this also Fight Island playing a part again? Is it just something about this brand of Fight Island that just builds people's excitement?
Listen, the UFC is on fire right now. I mean, the records we broke tonight, we had like tons of records on social media. Social media records were off the charts, and all the numbers that are coming in are massive. And every time we're doing fights now, they're big. I mean, if you look at our social media in the last year, UFC social media has gained 8 million followers in the last year, 2.5 million since Florida. Mine has gained 1 million since Florida. The whole sport is, it's on fire right now. Our numbers keep going up, our ratings keep going up, and it's all good.
It's part of that because it's not just like America that's had nothing to do for the past few months. It's the whole world's been shut down. So are you getting followers from all over the world, or is it just America it's building up in?
Yeah, I think it's because, I didn't listen to any of the fucking bullshit from the media, and I went. And I think people liked it, and people that never watched the sport before got into it and started to watch, and the growth has been phenomenal. I think that's a big part of it. It's not a coincidence that all these numbers have gone up since Florida.
How big do you anticipate Khabib Gaethje going to be then?
How big does what?
How big is Khabib Gaethje going to be?
Yeah, so the question is now, does Khabib Gaethje break the records that we broke tonight?
Last one from me. Earlier today, Nate Diaz put out a promotional video of himself and Masvidal, obviously saying round 4, winning the rematch with Masvidal. Have you got any progress on that fight?
No.
Is it possible that you guys are looking at Masvidal versus Colby instead?
Yeah.
Is that because...
It's very possible.
Is that just because negotiations with Nate didn't go anywhere?
No. I don't even know if we talked to Nate yet. But yeah, after the Colby fight, I mean, how do you not make that fight? That's a fight that makes sense. The Nate Diaz rematch is going to be there no matter what happens.
And actually, just one more thing. Have you heard anywhere further with Nick Diaz?
I told you guys this last time.
Okay.
Jamal.
All right, I want to talk about Brandon Royval. This guy's had 2 UFC fights, and it looks like he's going to be fighting a top 5 opponent. Huge fast track, and maybe he's 1 fight away, 2 fights away from a title fight. Just thoughts on this guy?
Yeah. Fight of the night winner. Awesome fight. Awesome finish. And he's an exciting kid. Yeah, I love it.
I want to talk about what's next for Jan Blachowicz. Is it for sure the winner of Thiago Santos and Glover Teixeira, if that fight is still going to happen, would get Jan Blachowicz? Or if John Jones puts his name in the hat, would he get that opportunity over them?
Yeah, those are the guys that are fighting for the next shot. But obviously, if John Jones wanted that fight, we wouldn't deny John Jones the opportunity.
Khabib was in attendance tonight. He was cornering his teammate. Was wondering what conversation, if any, you had with Khabib. So
I didn't see him tonight. Yeah, I didn't see him.
And lastly, I want to talk about Leon Edwards. We brought him up earlier. Do you think he's going to get booked for a fight in 2020? Is he turning down fights? What's his status?
No, we're ready to book him. Yeah, hopefully he'll fight this year. Hopefully. If not, he'll fight the beginning of next year, very beginning of January or something.
Any issues with visas coming to the United States, or would it be here in Fight Island?
Yeah, it would be anybody who's coming from out of the country that isn't easy to get into the States would fight here.
Thank you.
Hi, Dana.
Thank you.
Right here. I know there was a lot of expectations for this fight, this match, Paulo Costa versus Adesanya. Are you a little disappointed?
Keep up the pressure.
Are you disappointed for what you saw today?
Listen, when you break down a fight and you think about how the fight's going to go, that shouldn't have been the fight that happened tonight. It should have been a much tougher fight. But you can't be disappointed when you have somebody that's as talented as Adesanya is, and he comes out and imposes his will and literally dismantles a guy as good and as tough as Costa. You know, you don't look at the fight and go, oh, I guess Costa wasn't this or that. No, Costa is. Costa is that good, and he's a savage, and normally, but Adesanya shut him down tonight and absolutely put on a clinic and destroyed him, you know? You can't be upset about that. I mean, if those guys went in there and did nothing for 5 rounds, I'd be disappointed. But when a guy continues to gain more confidence every time he gets in there and just looks better and better and better and beats a guy that's that good the way that he beat him tonight, you can't be disappointed about that.
And what about Paulo? What's next for him?
I don't know, man. I'm sure he's devastated right now, and, you know, I don't know. You'll have to ask him that question when he comes in.
I will. Last one for me. Sarah McMahon was going to fight here on Fight Island. Second fight that, you know, the opponent gets injured. The first one was Aspen and now Raquel. Where do you see Sarah right now? I'm sure she's ready and waiting for a fight.
Wait, are you saying that 2 of her opponents are falling out? I didn't even know that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. Love Sarah, and hopefully we can get her something else and get her a fight. I'm sure we can.
Thank you.
Okay, hello, sir. Here. So Poland has a new UFC champion. When you add Joanna to him and a couple other Polish fighters, you get a pretty good fight card to put in an event in Poland. Of course, we have a like crazy times right now, but if there will be a possibility in 2021, it will be one of your priorities to make an event in Poland.
Yeah, well, obviously you're as hopeful as I am for 21. I keep saying I can't wait for 20 to be over and wait for 21. I don't know what I'm expecting, but yeah, hopefully the world gets normal again, and we can go everywhere, including Poland.
Okay, so last week you made an interview for Polsat Sport, and you said that Joanna may fight another opponent than the rematch with Weili Zhang, and I heard that when she was informed about it yesterday, she was surprised, and she said that she will call you and she did it or not? She didn't call.
No, she hasn't called me.
Okay, so, but it's like confirming information that she will need to fight one more fight before a potential rematch with Willie or fight with Rose?
Yeah, she would definitely have to have another fight. Rose is going to get the next fight against Whaley, and then we'd get you on another fight.
Okay, and last one for me. UFC signed a new Polish fighter, undefeated, to double champion Mateusz Gamrot, and Joanna Jędrzejczyk and Jan Blachowicz said that they both believe that he is the next UFC champion from Poland. Do you heard about him, and do you have any thoughts about this guy?
What's the question? Yeah,
17-0.
Yeah. No, we're excited about him. We're excited to get him in here and see what he can do. Yeah, very excited.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hassan Abdurrahman, Roya newspaper, here from UAE. First of all, I would like to congratulate you on all the success. I have been covering your 242. And then 249, and then 253. All these championships, I have been following them. I'm very happy to see UFC is here. Now I would like to ask you, after 1 year of relationship with DCT Abu Dhabi, how do you evaluate this relationship up to date? This is September. Actually, you started with them in last September 2019. How do you evaluate this relationship with them, and to what extent you are happy about everything?
Yeah, I've had a relationship with Abu Dhabi. I've had a relationship here for over a decade, and it's always been incredible. Obviously, with what's going on right now, the way that these guys have pulled together and worked with us to pull off Fight Island 1 and 2, I really can't put into words for you how incredible it is and what's been done here. The service has been phenomenal. The venue, just everything from the flight here till we get back on the flight and go home. You don't get service like this anywhere in the world. We're at the W Hotel here in Abu Dhabi. You don't get better service at the Four Seasons. You don't get better service at name the hotel. This place will kick its ass. It's not even close. And you ask any of my staff how they feel, and I'm sure much of the media too. If you look at what's going on in the world right now, what we're doing here in Abu Dhabi, there's nothing like it.
And the second question is, how do you evaluate performance of the Arab fighters up to date? Now we are trying to help UFC to promote the idea for the Arab new talents. Yeah, Arab fighters, Arab players.
Yeah, okay. So once once you're in a market long enough like this here in Abu Dhabi or wherever it is, not only do does the fan base start to grow, but so does the talent, and we're seeing that. Watch what happens here over the next 5 or 6 years. There will be serious talent coming out of this region.
This is all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Do you think Adesanya can be the new Anderson Silva of the division?
I think he's going to be the new Adesanya of the division. He's got his own style and his own way about him. I think he's going to be the next big superstar here, especially after tonight's performance. Good? Thank you, guys. Have a good night. Region.
This is all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Do you think Adesanya can be the new Anderson Silva of the division?
I think he's going to be the new Adesanya of the division. He's got his own style and his own way about him.
Yeah, like I said in the first fight, it went on too long. You don't get paid by the round, so you got to get in there and get out quickly.
Tell us about the 3 fights. I mean, has this been just one of those special nights for you?
Definitely. Hey, what did I say? Told you so.
This is not a stop, Zealand. Got to be cautious he doesn't get hit by the right hand off the clinch, which is something that makes a chance. Showing that he has some speed and agility himself. Left knee there. Adesanya had time to pick himself up off the ground and get out of the way. Misses with the spinning back kick. Once again, just imperious. He's hurt him badly now. Saw it early. And that is a highlight.
WKA, ISKA, New South Wales, East Coast Super Heavyweight Champion.
Heavy kick from Adesanya. Roberts catches the kick. Here's a neck hook from Adesanya. Roberts has been chinned.
Что? Алло. К тебе надвигается враг. Он же у тебя на острове. На крыше, на крыше.
Missiles are primed. Wave 1 firing is about to commence.
Мне хпшку. Я заказал себе эту оружие.
Supply drop incoming.
Ты что, не мой? Спасибо.
Just us left, son. Six enemies remaining. Five enemies remaining. Four enemies remaining. 3 enemies remaining. An impressive performance. Thank you in advance for your continued participation. Congratulations on your survival. Thank you for your continued participation. Let's roll.
always see someone who comes up.
Proceed to safety. The first wave of missiles are incoming. introducing new supplies to the experiment. Enemies remaining.
Left, son.
What's up, boys? Just got mics.
Howdy, howdy.
What's up, boys?
Glad to have you.
Oh, what are you guys feeling today?
Tired.
Let's go ahead. Pushing. Line me long. Good shit.
Take one for 40.
Onside, lit 76. Last one.
Thank God, because we had an AFK.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Green.
Dude.
We will make them cry.
2. 1 went lower. You got the other one. So there's only 1 lower, 1 on B. Long's push.
Terrorists win.
Dude,
Good shit, boys.
Yeah, we don't need green. If he doesn't pop up next round, I'm reporting him for griefing.
Fair, but I'd rather have him than a bot. I hope he comes back. 1. 2. 2 crossed. Watch out, yellow long likes to push. I'm gonna use green to like figure out if they're rushing. Oh fuck. Alright, going along with you, yellow. Let's get it, bud.
Take 9 on the ground if you want.
No, I got dualies. Where the fuck are you?
Fuck it, let's go.
His
Damn,
mid
box over
doors.
there.
Mid doors, Deagle.
Oh boy. Oh shit, I didn't realize bomb was on side. I thought it was mid. My bad. 30 seconds. Oh, so close, bro.
Checking our start point.
Where should we go?
Just one rush times every time.
We will drive them from our lands. Cover this area. Yes.
1. Fuck. I gotta go.
Bullshit.
Oh, I hit him.
What's that?
Ah, fuck. I was too far away. Fuck it, 87 though. I hit him. Was saved.
They shall regret this day.
Well, bot's gonna die.
Snipe, where is everyone? Affirmative.
Dinked upper tons. Okay, I guess he backed off. But he's dead. He's got low health.
Great job.
And I was an offer.
Oh, we have bomb, go to A.
Yeah, don't peek B, don't peek B, purple.
Also, they're both B. Just catch the rotation, purple.
I'm throwing a flashbang.
There the fucker is. Hey buddy, it's round 6. Welcome to the game.
Does he have a mic?
Move it, move it.
Who knows?
No one's speaking mid.
I'm throwing smoke.
Oh, there he is.
Flashbang.
I'm going long.
Yeah, come on.
Throwing fire.
I lit a lot of like the remaining guys, so they should be like pre-tagged. Oh, I wanted to shoot him.
Bomb plant.
Planting the bomb.
Nice, got the reward.
Man, my old book still works.
Someone must recover the bomb.
No.
Grenade. Molotov.
You could be kidding me.
One rotated to B, let's take it A. Last one's long, lit 74, nice.
Terrorists Terrorists win.
Let's go.
Hello? I'm gonna do my launch.
Yeah, I'm sorry, boys.
One was ready to peek. Where the fuck did he go?
Oh shit, I'm fucking dumb. God, look at that smoke, isn't it beautiful? And I invented it.
They won't leave me alone. Keep on trying to flank. I'm gonna have A with you guys.
Hey, toss me the bomb.
I'm throwing smoke.
If you're gonna do that, toss me the bomb. Green, toss me the bomb. Okay.
Planting.
Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win.
Grenade.
I haven't played this game in a while, boys. Give me a chance. You guys play Warzone?
No.
Let us go.
Hey, Purple, if you're trying to talk, you're not saying anything.
I'm throwing smoke.
Oh, sweet.
Throwing a flashbang.
Sorry, bro. I had to shoot him.
It's
I got
all
him.
good. It's all good.
Oh, they're trying to get me again.
Thank you. I just shit my pants a little.
Jesus Christ. They lost one CT.
Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win.
Let's go.
Only one cross and one lift. One mid, one cross.
Come on.
God, that flanker finally got me. It's one T-spawn, guys. Careful. He has an op.
Blue don't.
Eight doors. Blue, 8 doors, yeah, right there. Maybe not.
They're both ways.
I'd pop out guilty. Yeah.
Ah, I saw that.
Great. I have an auto.
That means they're gonna peek. Hell yeah.
Remember, beats auto every time.
Yes.
Let's go.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. I'm fucking pissed.
Cells out there, yeah, or blue. What? Dude, what? How did I not hit him?
God damn it.
Fuck it, I'm rushing long A. I don't give a fuck. You guys can come with me
Yeah.
if you want. I passed.
I'll be there in a second.
Alright, back me up, guys. Let's do this.
Let me at least smoke the corner first.
2 crossed. 3 crossed. Alright, I'm going. You're gonna be pushing me pretty
The box. Yellow, you might be at the box. Right there. Nice.
I see him.
I burned behind us. Someone watch our back, please. Got off too, let me play. Long.
What the fuck?
God.
Watch the flanks. God,
B
we're
rush.
losing to retards.
Hard B rush.
Or I'm gonna run lower tons and try to get their offer.
And green's out again.
I just don't have a smoke this, so I'll probably die
2
in
cross.
mid.
I'll go with you, man. Let's do
2
this.
cross, 2 cross.
Yeehaw.
One's tagged.
I got so down. You got.
Window, window, window. Upward.
Someone watch lower tons.
Last guy CT.
Just plant then.
I am planting the bomb.
Still CT. Still CT.
Don't peek at green, just chill. Nice.
Anybody want up? Anybody want up?
I want up. I'm down.
Yeah.
I'll try not to fuck this up.
Oh, no worries, dude. I don't give a shit.
Alright, now I feel pressurized.
You and me have an identical record. No, you have 2 assists.
1. Ooh.
Corners.
Oh, it's the last round, man. I'm buying a fucking auto snipe.
But just fucking shoot downrange right here.
Let's go. Let's go.
1. 2. Watch for the flank. Let's go long. Flashing ZT.
Fucker's in the smoke. Look out.
I'm
That guy is
watching
in the
from
smoke.
behind. I'm watching from behind. You guys get cat.
Look out, ninja.
Oh wait, that bomb.
Yeah.
I am planting the bomb.
Where's cat?
Just plant. Who cares? Nope. Alright guys, let's win this first round. Let's win this first round, and after that...
Alright, wait, can someone buy me dualies? And I want to buy armor.
I'm going on
I
cat.
can do that. That's orange?
Right here, chief. Hi, oh wait. Ah. Hi.
One suicide.
You made it up, cat. One's B.
Help. The chick B.
Yep. Oh, I don't have face armor. One mid. Watch out, Burp. Should be. Nice 4K.
He's out of time though.
No have time.
Yeah. Save the knife. Grab the dually.
Not a bad round. Damn.
Nice try. I got long.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
fast
rush
cat.
long.
Let's go. Let's go. Laying down smoke.
Linear. Yeah, well, two of them bombs there. They're all cat. What long I get?
Yeah, they're all cat for sure. Rush cat, rush cat.
Except for the guy left, so that's not bad.
Come on, go cat. Green.
Green, go,
cat.
green.
Damn. Save or buy? Okay, buy.
I'm gonna scout at least. I think that was painful.
I can't hear anymore.
It's just like background noise.
Hey, sorry guys.
Okay, we can't do this.
I feel like I can push mid. Thanks, Chief.
Okay.
I heard he's long. I hear them at A.
Bomb just went towards A long.
Pushing A for sure.
I just saw them run towards A long. Oh, they've already made it farther than I thought.
They're at
Interesting.
Pit, they're at pit.
Yeah, I'm getting the fuck away from that little ratchet. How's cat look? In blue.
All of them are tagged, or at least two of them. Could be fucking kidding me.
Throwing flashbang.
On site.
Fucking die already.
I'm defusing the bomb.
Stop
no
moving!
time.
Fall back.
hate my life. So fucking pissed off.
I'm gonna go rush upper tons and probably die because I'm kind of annoyed. And I need to save her out anyways. Good shit. Upper tons clear. Oh, here they come. T-spawn, T-spawn. Bomb's here. Bomb is right here. Can someone watch lower tons for me?
I'm watching it.
Anyone got a flash? They're like right out here. There you go.
One top mid. He's down.
God, I fucking love the scout. Hey, okay.
We're wasting time. Let's go.
No peek.
My PA.
Cat, watch your cat, watch your cat.
It's three guys at A, three guys at long.
Grenade.
Can you go along?
Okay, maybe they rotated. Still heavy A, I think.
Let me know when they're pushing up.
They're pushing up.
Let them come,
Pushing
let
up.
them come. Play patient. You got this.
Fuck.
Ramp, ramp.
No, it's orange. I think last cat's card? Wow.
Good shit.
Nice catch, man. That was good, orange.
I'll buy something for someone. If
There's a gun on the ground right there.
We're good.
Orange, you might as well grab it.
I got a gun. Orange.
Jesus.
Green, green, grab it. Green. There's a gun. There you go.
Laying down smoke. Fire in the hole.
Oh god. Help.
A looks fully clear. It's all B.
No, it was that all five of them ran at me.
Yeah.
One's upper tunnels.
I lit one of them along.
He's gone to side.
It feels bad.
This guy just sprays like a retard and gets kills.
Who, me?
Fucking owls, dude.
Me, right?
Oh.
Who?
How do I change my crosshair size? You guys know?
There's a website you can do. You have to enable console and then you hit the little squiggly line in your upper left. It's all in options.
Oh, okay.
Who sprays like a retard? Me?
No, not
I do.
team. Quit complaining. That's not what I meant.
I'm not very
Hey man, I got a collab that last rush, and then I died.
I think it's all A. I think it's all A. A, B,
Yeah, me too. Probably kitty cat.
No, it's all A. It's all A.
Here it is.
A or mid. A or mid.
I can hear the smoke.
A or
Okay.
mid.
Is anyone watching cat?
I just ran
I'm
out
on
of
cat.
It's all long.
they're
It's
long.
all long.
One long.
Boys.
All three long.
Oh darn, they saw me. My gun did no damage. They're all just posted out there.
Just watch green, just eat it.
Careful, blue. Yellow, wait for him. We know where they are.
They're all on site now. They just all ran on site. Purple and blue get them.
Run, run, run. Blue, come with me. Blue, come. Go, guys.
Push.
Oh.
Oh, elevator. Yoda, behind you. Elevator, behind you. Right there. Elevator. Do you know where elevator is?
Oh, nice try.
You're done for.
Second time to charm.
Just get out of there. Yeah, run. Nice.
Damn, he was low. I hit him.
Yeah, I just figured at that point, dude.
I got B.
Did you drop a
I
kid?
got cat.
Actually, you know what? I'm rushing mid. Fuck it. I'm rushing mid. I don't give a fuck.
Let's go, people.
I was strong from long, too.
No, I am not rushing mid, dude. They got like 2 or 3 guys looking.
Throwing fire.
Alright, long's a lost cause. I'm running away. There's like one guy coming out long, but I only had a shotgun. I wasn't feeling it.
Hey, keep eyes on mid somewhere. Upper ton's clear.
Upper ton.
Hey, purple.
Upper mid. Mid.
It's definitely an A in mid.
Too long.
They're on A side.
There's no one top mid anymore.
One car, I guess.
Throwing smoke.
Alright, I am sacrificed. Let's get this.
Kill him.
He tagged.
Defuse.
Diffusing.
P90 on the ground.
I got long.
I'm gonna go B.
Let's go.
I'll go B.
No one's hopping. Oh, okay, I feel like B rush.
Fucking hell.
Laying down smoke. Grenade out.
Yep, B.
Hey guys.
Go off, dude. Go off.
Throwing flashbang.
I think they went B.
Did I didn't see a single one of them?
Dude, no.
Dude, they're all behind that wall of smoke.
I'll go long then.
Go, go, go.
Let's see him do it again.
Deploying flashbang. Grenade out. Throwing flashbang.
Oh my goodness.
Keep this.
Dude, they're doing the same thing.
Are they actually in there?
Yeah, they're actually in there.
Tunnels lit 74.
Yeah, that was the rotate.
Right
Here's
here.
that
I'm
ammo.
at A. I'm at A, so it's not good.
Someone watch cat lower tons.
I'll watch the tons.
You have eyes on it?
Yeah, I'm like in it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there's one cat. They rotated out. They're on catwalk
No,
now.
they're out somewhere to ton still.
Oh, really? Okay.
Coming out.
Grenades themselves.
They're coming. Thank you.
Well, there's bomb. I think the last guy's probably lower tons or cat. He just had a tech last I saw him though. Just stay with bomb, green.
Purple,
Alright, so,
we have bomb.
Yeah, yellow's all on.
I don't want to get shot in the back of the head.
He's got it.
Yeah,
How did I not see him come up though? Am I blind?
that's scary.
Let's go.
Alright, hold on before the B again.
Smoke. Grenade. Incendiary out. Throwing smoke.
Okay, I think that might be today. How the fuck? 64 mid. They're on B side, I think. We can literally just walk on to B at this point.
Yeah, pretty sure. Unless we're retarded.
Either way.
Fucking A.
Yeah, silly us. Just get some kills. There's all 4 of them. Died with honor. That works too.
I got A, man. I don't give a fuck.
Like a cat.
I'm gonna go lower towns very quickly.
Cat, yeah.
Let's go, let's go. Laying down smoke.
I made it. Alright, upper towns is clear, boys.
What?
Don't push, don't push.
Hold your spots.
Blue, chill. Like tap.
Catwalk, he's at 50.
Watch your cat.
Oh. One cat.
He's in a smoke.
Maybe one long. Probably plant.
What?
Okay, man. I have bomb, right? No, I don't.
I'm surprised he hasn't planted.
Bomb has been planted.
Good shot.
Ooh.
Shoot.
Defusing the bomb. Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
I don't know, man. I wasn't feeling the op, but it worked.
If you don't want it, I'll take it.
Yeah, I don't want it.
Fucking up. Gimme. I can't reach. My stubby little arms.
Oh, I'm feeling beat right. Oh, I'm so excited.
Something's going on. Yeah, the rest of something. That's one down. Yeah, B for sure. B. We got this. Oh, you know. One more low tons. Watch out, blue.
Throwing a grenade.
He's right there. You know it. Running to the left. Last guy's at the terrorist spawn. Last guy's T spawn.
Counter-terrorists win.
Good shit.
Good game, boys.
No.
Yo, that's what
I
we call
just
a
felt
slaughter.
that. I felt that B run right there.
Yo, that's what we call a slaughter, you know what I mean? There's like massacre.
Good shit, boys.
Fucking can, dude. I don't want to play any games with these guys anymore, man, you know? Finish it up. No way. Oh, it is a little bit different. But I thought it was like actually the exact same. I was like, what? $4,800 more. All right, I'm down for that. Bear, no, I just started half game. Hold on. Matthew. It's only 1:30. Nice. Fucking M1, man. All I had to do was be an M1, I wouldn't be fine.